All right, are we set up? I think we're getting there, baby. Good morning. Good morning. I am Charles, aka Chuck, aka Chuck for Options, aka Bum. Good morning. Let's get ready for the stock market. I wanted to do something yesterday, but as of late, my time has been severely cut. All for good reasons and everything, but it's just a state of where I'm at right now. So I just got to make do with what I can do. So maybe I could probably come on a little bit earlier on like maybe Mondays, because I like the Sundays when I have the time, but the thing is the markets don't open until like 6 o'clock. So I don't wanna necessarily like have to do homework. Hey, what's up, Ricardo? My calls are printing. That's funny. Yeah, I was going to talk about that too. Because we open $6 above where we close. That's kind of crazy. So and we're noticing overnight they're not allowing the market to slam the way it's supposed to, and they're reviving it. So swinging calls, but I don't know, man. The upside on the calls, I guess, if you were to do it a certain way, I guess so. I guess you have to do it like that, actually. Yeah. Okay. All right. You gotta do it like that. Oil just hit the market. So can you guys see this over here? Move this down. Oh, I can't move it down. Give me 1 second. Here, there was a flash crash. There was a flash crash this morning at 9:03:32. I don't know if you've seen it, but yeah, 9:03:32. It was crazy. I was looking at SPY, getting ready to, update the journal and everything, and this big red candle just came in and engulfed the whole thing. And then I went inside. I went inside the contract so I can actually see it, the level 2 data, and man, you seen that puppy. It was actually a flash crash. Something happened. I don't know. I love this song. It's so promising. VIX has gone down since. So today I don't know. This thing ran up freaking 6 points. They can definitely have fun with that. USO, where's USO? 119. 119 and dropping. 117, yeah. It hit 135 like over the weekend. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but that puppy hit 135, so that's kind of crazy. I don't think I'm going to make any long range plays. Oh, there's one thing I want to look out for too. Ooh, that I need to start doing homework on. Right here. Because there's something happening to the market underneath. I mean, no. We have things that's going on right now, and it's making a lot of noise, taking us away from this other thing. And I want to get ready for that. All right, it's 9:20. I'm gonna make a note. Actually, I'll put this in my personal notes. This is kind of personal. Okay, this is trade thesis. Let's keep that there. But all right, I'm sorry. I'm just making a note right now. I'm sorry. I just had some personal notes that I don't think I really wanted to share those as of now. All right, let me put that down. And we can increase this a little bit. I guess we can probably take the comments off. You can't see the comments. All right. Journal, pre-market, bang, 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 contracts. So I guess the game theory on the contracts are, where are you, Simba? I don't want to, and you, I knew you were there. I freaking know. Get from back there. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here, guy. I gotta move my chair, and I'll be damned if I hit you. I'll be so mad. I'll be so mad if I hit you, man. People think I'm crazy now. I'll be so mad if I hit you with this chair and you get like badly hurt. Let's keep you down there. Let's do that. All right, let's start getting comfortable. What time is it? 9:23. All right, let's start looking into these contracts. Okay, so I have an idea. Because I think, what are we going to get? We're going to get inflated numbers from over the weekend into today. You know, people like myself, me, I definitely, ECM calls, oil, just typical Wall Street, went up a bunch of man, yo, check your Discord. What? Discord. You. Okay, gamma. By strike. Whoa. What the? What? What the kind of? Um. Mm, mm. Are you telling me that flash crash meant something? Is Did you see it or did I say it and then you go to it? That's exactly what this is. Did you see it or did you go to it after I said something? That's crazy. That's crazy. So that's where I was kind of going with that. I don't know how deep these puts are. And let me go back to this because I have another question now. Because depending on this date, okay, 313. This is last week. Updated 313 last week, 1254, 15. Okay, so this is the end of the day last week. Okay, so that answers that question. Because if this is Friday, end of day, this is what people are buying. This is what people bought. Therefore, if we open up here, 668, those things are flushed. And they're going to bring them up. So they're playing the game right along with us when it comes to day trading. They're not letting these zero dates go like that. You gotta be really careful. What are they going to do? So right now these calls are going to be fat. Let's see how fat. But even then, we are gapping up. Okay, so we have a big gap up. Was this closed last week? 72.61. I think we did close that. This is different. Gap up. We don't know the number yet. I'm sorry. I think we do know our number. Gapping up from 662. From 662. That's the gap. Gap up. Yes, because we're up 668 from 6662. These guys are going to be pretty inflated. You know, we have headline risks. We're still in the war. We know where we are. Don't let this fuck you up. Don't let this knock you upside your head right here. We're up $5.82. Don't let this knock you upside the head right. Don't. I checked it out for you. Good luck, man. I can get updated information after today and send you Discord. Wow. Okay. Well, I can definitely throw some things at you if we have access to info like that. Puts on USL. Wait, I don't want to put no thinking into USL too much. Because there's a play there. There's things still happening and working out that's going on with the straight. I have Al Jazeera on right now. I think I want to put some time into maybe listening to that during live trading hours rather than music. You know, let's probably do that now. Let's Let's just pause this. And let's keep this, not too loud, but we want to listen to it. We have 1 minute until this thing starts rocking. We need news sound. Can you hear this? New sound. The YouTube sound. That's the market we're open. Now they can also. Oh no, they are closing that fucking gap. Are they? Immediately? Sheesh. Can you hear the news? Let me know if you can hear the news. Speaking of. No, I can't hear it. Yeah, this is acting crazy. And I don't think I feel like putting time into it. I think I just want to look at these charts. How the hell? Yeah, they're gonna probably fade that. Let's see what they do. All right. I'm not gonna jump into anything too quick. I want to understand where we are and like what's going on a little bit more. It's looking like a straight fade because the obvious would be to close the gap, but we are in perilous times. Nvidia is saying fade. These contracts aren't doing anything. The cons I'm looking at right now, they are not moving. Um, you said you can't hear this. This is interesting what I'm listening to too, and you should probably hear it as well. All right, I think I found some contracts that might be worth something. Again, this market is definitely gonna be crazy. What was that? 676. 674s, maybe. Outthere one, no, not that one. The auto single print right here. It's a little bit more cheaper. If you're learning, that'll help you out. So now these are going to be tricky because again, off these current market conditions, this is going to fall into single print. And if I write the contracts like this, that'll be a trade thesis. That would be a trade thesis. And we don't even know. Like, there's no targets above because we're in the lower range anyway. 674 is the gap fill. I would look over there with those single prints. They're going to do something. But then when they all flush, that's going to be worth something. That could be worth something. 661s, right? Then we can look at the 662s. Not right now, but they're going to probably kick in at the right time. No high, no low, no open, no close. Oh, is a gap. Okay, so you're saying that there's a 674 gap. Yes. I didn't mark it. I don't know why I didn't mark it. And I forgot, was that going up or down? That gap, 674. Um, that's just an extra metric that I like to maybe have because I think it kind of matters. Like if it doesn't, then I'll just phase it out of what I'm trying to think. People are buying this Nvidia event. This is the event, NVDA. This is the event. I might buy it too. Let's see how ugly these things are. They're not like god awful. Yeah, yeah, I like these. Let's see what happened. All right, now let me try and get this sound out. What happened to the channel? What am I looking for? I'm trying to bring this back up. I can't keep this up here because I need to see my screen. If I move it over here. Yo, OBS is just crazy, bro. I just want to work like when it wants to, like crazy. Music, news.
From a military standpoint, from the standpoint of the U.S. and Israeli military,
I think that just kicked in.
Coalition collaboration here, I think it has gone pretty
Come on,
well.
bro.
I think we've
Why do I
taken
gotta be
away
the
a
crazy
large
one?
amount of Iran's warfighting capability. Certainly, it's not all
Why do I
gone.
gotta be the
We're
crazy
continuing
one?
to see attacks that are being launched by Iran that are having impacts not just on the U.S. and Israel, but on other partners around the region. So we're going to have to continue to focus on that piece.
All right,
I
they're
don't think
fading.
that's unexpected at this point.
Oh, you're saying
And of course, all
674
this
to the
is
gap
coming at a
up.
cost. There's
Okay.
damage to loss of
And broke
civilians.
down since they couldn't fill
Certainly,
last
we've
week.
lost
Okay,
service members
and
in
gap
this.
fill
There's
up.
been a lot
Okay,
of
thank you. You were giving me the
damage
target to the upside.
infrastructure
Oh,
on all
674.
sides here.
Okay, there you go.
From a military
Okay, you're saying
standpoint, it's
674. So that's a target
going
to the
well.
upside.
But
Nice.
of course, we're still
Nice
looking
catch.
for what the strategic end state will be.
General, a follow-up on this.
Nice
because
catch.
you will understand that intuitively, a lot of viewers, they see Iranian missiles and drones hitting targets really across the region. Across half a dozen Gulf countries, this is happening on a daily basis. Some drones are getting
Yeah, the
through the Israeli
674 was
defense systems and actually
29.
damaging
It was pretty
Israel.
cheap.
There have been injuries and there have been deaths. And all of this,
It was pretty cheap. I might pick it
continuing on
up
a
right
rolling
now.
basis
I don't
every
know.
day. So you're telling us that from a technical, from a military standpoint, this is a picture, and this is not a gotcha question, by the way, but I just want to make sure we all understand and we can set reasonable expectations for viewers and for people who live in this part of the world. You're telling us from a military standpoint, this is actually success.
What has been successful is that the United States and Israel have largely taken away the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missile capability, and they've certainly affected their drone capabilities. And as I mentioned, it's not all gone. There is still a threat here that you just correctly highlighted. So I'm not
Bitcoin kind of
minimizing
wilding
that,
out.
but what I'm telling you is this is not unexpected. The majority of attacks that are coming out of Iran right now are drone attacks, and drones, the types of drones that they are using are very easy to hide. They're very mobile. They can be moved around, and so the effort that the United States in particular has really been focused on over the last several days, or actually longer than
The thing
more
already
than a week,
moved
has
up
really been focused
like
on taking away these
$5.
retaliatory capabilities of the
It's not like it
Iranians.
ran
It
up
is unfortunately
there.
taken a little bit of time.
Up
Again, that's not unexpected. But from in terms of the U.S.
we're gonna keep
objective
it light
of
because
trying to
anything can happen.
significantly
VIX
limit
is
Iran's
dropping.
ability to project power beyond their
The
own borders, we have
VIXY, where are we?
neutralized or destroyed a lot of that
VIX is
capability. There still
dropping.
are very small amounts that are left that are unfortunately continuing to have impacts across the region.
So what is the
up,
reasonable
BMNR up.
expectation that people can have? I mean, is there a
There's
point
the
when you would expect
SNDK,
all the
energy's
drone threat
moving,
to stop, like all the
Intel
drones are destroyed, the
popping,
drone making
Iran
capabilities are
popping.
destroyed, or is that
What's
an
up with
unreasonable
the
expectation?
mags, meta
Well, I think it's
popping,
unreasonable
2%, Tessie,
to project a
Tessie
specific date on this.
moving,
I think
a
you
little
know,
bit
the
of
amount of
hoodie.
strikes the United States and Israel continues to conduct against these
I had to get rid of
targets.
CLNE.
There's no
I don't think I want to
question
hold too
about
many
the focus
assets
on them.
during
But
this
again, this is
period.
the you know the last
I have to
10%
look into that
is
a little bit more.
oftentimes
Here's
the most
USO
difficult portion to get after.
116.
And I think we have to recognize that that Iran feels this from an existential standpoint. So they are going to do everything they can
Trump
to preserve these capabilities,
is
continue to
now
attack, continue
under
to try to
pressure
broaden
big
and
time.
extend the conflict because
He
they know that this
can't
plays against the United States.
say
against,
anything to
the
tank this
Israeli
fucking market.
campaign.
He
So,
has to revive this.
you
So
know, I
you remember back in
here
October,
tell you
November,
it's
he
gonna
would
be a
say
few more
shit,
days or
fucking
a few more
tariff,
weeks, and
and
it'll be
fuck up
done when
everyone's
it's
money.
done.
He
These
can't do
types
that
of
now.
asymmetric threats, like we saw with
You
improvised
have to
explosive
fucking.
devices in Iraq and
He
Afghanistan in the
has
past,
to.
take time to eliminate. And right now, the military forces are focused
He
on
has
doing
to do the
everything
right
they
thing
can
now.
to minimize
He
that.
can't. He
And what
can't come
about
on and say some
reopening
dumb
the
shit
Strait of Hormuz?
anymore.
Because Donald Trump has said two things. He has said,
Whoa,
we have destroyed their
where's this
navy
coming
and we
from?
have crippled them
Oh,
militarily. But
not really from there,
it doesn't
right?
take very much for them to be able to close the Strait of Hormuz. He has
I
said a
guess both of them.
short-range
Holy
missile
shit,
here
this
and
is
there,
moving.
a mine here and there, and that's all it takes, really, for this small waterway to be shut. So what does that mean from a military standpoint? Is there, yes or no, a way to keep that waterway open and safe from Iranian threats?
Well, I think yes, there is. Certainly, the United
seen this
States, or
happening.
as the president has indicated, international partners may be able to come into this.
The
and help with
674s are doing
minesweepers to make
really
sure that
well.
we
The
can
676s are doing really well.
the waterways, the transit routes are free of mines. That's an important aspect of it. And of course, the continuation of military operations to ensure that shore-based threats can't be brought to bear against shipping that are moving through the strait. So there is a way of doing that. But of course,
So there's another
right
thing
now,
too.
the
There's
United
people
States
that's
and
very
Israel are really
overly
focused
bearish. I'm not
on
overly bearish. I'm
on
definitely
the
looking,
campaign against
looking down, looking at like a
within
bear. But
Iran. So
I'm playing the numbers.
while
I'm
it
playing
isn't
the
that we are
ranges, stuff
ignoring
like that.
the threat in the
I'm
strait,
saying
it's
that to
that
say
we are
this. There's
prioritizing
still
the effort
people
to
that
get
just
after
want to
those
short the
capabilities
market. Still want to
on the
short the
ground.
market.
So yeah,
Well, that's
there's
just
a
gonna
military way of doing
just
this,
gamma
and
this bad boy
as
up here.
probably
Between people buying
many of your
calls
viewers have
and
heard listening to
people
stories about this. It does take
shorts,
time to get that in
the
place. There are right now some
the market
competing
maker have to buy
demands
the
for those
opposite end of that
resources, but
trade.
we have done
That's
this
the
in the
gamma
past,
part that's going to help push this up
and
as
we
well.
may
So
end
we
up
can
doing it
that's why
here in
we
the
can see
future.
this fade.
Our
This thing can
president
fade.
has asked for
But
assistance
look,
from
we're
the
going into
international
FOMC,
community
so we might get a run
terms of
today.
trying to keep that open and
A nasty,
allow
bullishly bullish
the
run
flow of
today,
oil and natural gas
and then
and other products
tomorrow
from the Gulf out to the broader
we
world.
might kind of
Thank you,
plateau,
Joseph
getting
Roto
ready for
of the
Wednesday.
Middle East Institute. Thank you very
Wednesday
much.
2:00.
Thank you.
So
Britain's
this
Prime
is,
Minister Keir Starmer
I guess
says he
that's like
cannot allow
pricing
his country
in.
to be drawn into the
So I
conflict.
think that's what we're
US
going through
President
right
Trump
now.
has criticized Starmer for what he sees as insufficient support for Washington in
This
the war with
is
Iran.
this is what this is right now.
We will protect our people in the region. Second,
In there
taking the
now.
necessary
Updated
action
Gamma.
to
If you
defend
check your Discord, if
ourselves
you're
and our
interested, yeah.
allies.
Did you buy
We
those
will not
contracts? I
be
hope you
drawn
got
into the
something.
wider war.
Got one of them.
And third,
Well, they're
we
not too
keep
expensive.
working
The
towards
ones
a
are
swift resolution
$42, but
that brings
I got them
security and
pretty
stability
cheap.
back to the region
And I'm trying
and
to
stops the
understand
Iranian
how
threat
much.
to its neighbours. I want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible.
Richard Gaisford is outside 10 Downing Street in London.
Oh,
so Richard,
wow.
the UK is one of the countries that Donald Trump has called on to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Has the British Prime Minister made up
Let's
his
see
mind
what
as to
happens
what he's
here.
going to do?
updated.
Well, no doubt that Keir Starmer is under huge pressure from Donald Trump to get stuck into that situation in the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, look, there you go. You see? You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm saying in this data? And you see how it all makes sense? And so at least now you can see what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. You know, so if you ever had any doubt, I hope this helps, because there you go. That's exactly what I was saying.
Criticism really of Donald Trump. He said that this war should not become a windfall for
It's
Vladimir
at 9:44.
Putin. And that, of course, referencing
You sent
the fact
that
that
from
Donald Trump has
9:40.
released some of those sanctions on
And it is
Russian oil
9:49.
temporarily. He said that whilst it's clear that America has weakened Iran, the Prime Minister then went on to question, well, what happens next? And he talked about the personal responsibilities he had in terms of sending troops into the Middle East, the questions he had to ask of himself and would be asked by others. He said it would have to be done.
I want to leave. I think I should
probably
the earliest I leave, the better. Maybe I'll leave at like, let's check this channel out. I'm gonna leave at 9:10. I'm sorry, at 10 o'clock, so I can finish my breakfast.
Didn't get involved. So
I just gotta make some eggs. I made some potatoes, some bacon. I have to make some English muffins, and I want to throw on, and I want to make some fresh eggs
the
too.
government were trying to do to offset some of these rises we're seeing because of the
So
conflict.
I'm gonna leave.
The ripple effects of the Middle East
It's just gonna
conflict
be
being
for a
felt
couple
across the
seconds.
world. That's an example right there in the UK. Richard Gatesford, thank you very much. We've also heard from EU ministers. Al Jazeera's Step Vassen is in Brussels covering that. So Donald Trump wants other countries to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Step, what are Europeans saying?
Well, very similar things, despite the pressure, increasing pressure actually from Donald Trump, and also some threats about the future of NATO.
Yeah, the
There's
661
very
is
little
looking
appetite
really
here in
good now. I
Brussels to
thought
get
so. The
dragged
660
into
is
this
looking
war.
good
One of the
too.
reasons is
I
also because,
figured
according to the
I
foreign
figured
minister
this
from
was going to run
Germany,
up a little
there
bit,
has
so
been
I
very
chose the
little
contracts
information. They have been
accordingly,
basically kept
so
out of
everything
the
can
loop.
fall
So
into play. I'm
what he
fucking
said,
good.
the
I'm
foreign
so
minister,
fucking
is
good.
that
Oh my
first he wants to
god,
talk
I'm
to the
so
United
fucking
States
good.
and
I
to
fucking.
Israel, and asked them what is the exact objective
Oh
of war,
god.
the end game,
Oh
in a sense,
god.
ships towards the Strait of Hormuz. And actually, his
Remember, I said
the
I
defense
didn't want
minister
to
from
front
Germany
run
had the
because
strongest
that front run
language
would have been a
coming from
thesis, and I
Europe.
don't want to
He
put
said, what does
the
France
things up as
expect
a thesis.
from
But
a
I figure
handful of
like
European
I'm fucking
vessels
trading
that the
this. Like this is
powerful
my
US
shit. Like
Navy cannot
the
do?
fuck.
This is not our war. We
Only
have
makes
not
sense to do that.
started it. This was Boris Pistorius. But at the same time, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is important for Europe. The energy prices are going
All you
through
gotta
the
do is
roof.
a
So
little
they
bit of
are
homework.
discussing here in Brussels with the foreign
Just a
ministers
little bit
any
of
kind of
homework.
action they could take, more defensive than anything else. But they're looking at an expansion of this mission that they had at the Red Sea, at the coast of Yemen, the Aspides naval mission, maybe to expand it to the Strait of Hormuz. But Germany is very
Wow, these are up
reluctant. France is more
50%.
interested in it. And what we heard
I'll
from a
take
NATO
that.
official, because NATO is definitely not involved in any way,
Sheesh.
but individual members of NATO are talking to the United States to provide maybe some kind of security
I can
in the
do
Strait
better
of
than
Hormuz.
10%.
So
These
there are
things were
basically
at like
two
30,
options. It could be
40% a couple
a
seconds
defensive
ago.
EU expansion of this mission,
I can
or
do
a
better than
coalition of
that.
the
Maybe
willing
not.
that are going to go and help out. But so far, there's a lot of reluctance here.
Something we're
Alright, so
monitoring
we
very
have some
closely.
contention
Step
here.
Vassen in Brussels. Thank you very much, Step. And joining
I
us
might
from
buy
Tehran now
those. Those
is
are
Abbas
really good.
Aslani,
Those
Senior
676s
Research
were
Fellow at the
crazy,
Center for Middle
actually.
East Strategic Studies.
These
Abbas,
676s
do
were
you think
crazy
Iran feels
right
that
here.
its strategy is working? And
Like
I
they
ask
popped
you this
the
because
fuck
they
off
have
for
been
me.
able to
Not gonna
effectively shut
lie.
the Strait of Hormuz.
I wish
Not to
I
all
would have had more
countries, but at
weight.
least to
The
countries
reason
that
why I
are
don't have a lot
close
of
to
weight on them is because it's still early.
for
You know,
which
this
it
thing
wants
can
to
whipsaw
elevate the
and
cost of this
fucking
war. And Iran
dick in the dirt.
is still able at this point to launch missiles and drones to at least half a dozen
Why are
countries
these
across the region.
doing
So do
this?
they feel that
This is
strategy
going
is
down,
working?
but these contracts are going up. You see, this is why that volume shit doesn't make sense.
If this goes on, this can
If you
work
sell,
and work,
you better not
be more
sell.
effective.
That'd be
Tehran
a
wants to
crazy sell
somehow
if you sell. Yeah,
export
these
the cost
contracts
of the
are getting
war
bigger, although
to
we're
engage
seeing.
and include, the allies of the United States in the region and beyond the region, in order to create a global incentive for a ceasefire, not an interim one, but a lasting one that will include, preventing any future aggression against the country.
And that contract
In
freaking
addition
sold.
to
That's
that,
crazy.
Iran is also seeking to establish a new security arrangement that will secure the intended goal, which is to make sure
I
that
think these
Iran
are probably
will
the
not be
ones.
subject to a Lebanon-style model, from now and then, an aggression being initiated by Israel or the United States against itself. And
I think it's those.
conventional and
I think it's going to be
symmetrical
those.
exchange
I
from
think when we
Iran's
leg
side.
out,
When
if we
Tehran
leg
wants to
up,
exhaust
with these things,
American
it's
and
going to
Israeli
be
forces
nasty. It's going to be a
in order to
payday.
outlast their
Hopefully, I can
operational
just get paid,
patience.
be
And
finished
this is
trading
part
by
of,
like
the
10:30.
strategy here in order to make sure that as it goes on, it becomes more effective and it creates cost.
Oh,
Which will
excuse me.
be
I'm
enough
sorry. I'm
in
so
order
sorry for
to
blowing my
stop
nose
those,
in your ear like
future
that.
attacks
I'm
coming.
almost finished
Abbas,
being
is there
sick.
more that Iran can
You
do,
know,
or
the
has
other
it
day
thrown
I
its
just
biggest punch at this
crashed.
point?
The other day, I took a shot of Maker's
Tehran is
Mark,
saying that it's got
a
new
shot of
fronts,
NyQuil. Well, first it was the
and it can
NyQuil,
open new
and then I
fronts, as it was
chased that
stated by the
with
new
the Maker's
leader.
Mark. Then I chased
They can
that
include,
with 2 of the
Bab al-Mandab or
nighttime
even
cold and
Suez
flu
Canal,
pills from
in order
Alka-Seltzer,
to somehow
and I took. Nope, that
raise
was
the
that.
level of,
Yeah.
this pressure
Yep.
against the
That's what I said.
global
Well,
energy
not that's all.
market.
Like that was crazy,
Iran
but
has not yet used, their
yeah.
Yemeni allies, but one
Slept like
of
a fucking
the
rock.
most
Slept
potential,
like a
let's say,
rock.
parts is the
It felt so
Bab
good.
al-Mandab and Suez Canal, or
I was so
including
deep,
Yemeni
and I
elements,
drank so many
which can
fluids. I had to
impact
like use the
oil
restroom and
prices and
everything as I
global
was
energy
sleeping.
market. And Iran has been trying to, every time initiate a new stage of its
And man, I felt like I
drone
floated.
strikes, and the
I
bank
was
of
floating the
targets and the
whole
scope
time.
can also increase in proportion to the attacks coming from the American and Israeli side. This can include other infrastructure or other facilities in case that the U.S. wants to even escalate this conflict even further.
Why haven't the Houthis jumped into this fight?
You couldn't
yet?
say escalate. I'm not making fun of him. I'm just making fun of
expressing willingness and readiness to engage,
the way he
but
speaks
I think
English.
one could be to
What the fuck? Wait, what?
somehow work it as a deterrent that the other side doesn't, climb the escalation ladder. But in
Escalation ladder.
US
You can never make fun of people who speaks another language. Like, dude, your language is like your second or fucking third. Like,
or let's say civilian
you need to chill.
more, Iran can be resorting to that option.
Language
And
is
this can
directly
also be
correlated
working as a kind of,
to
let's say,
intelligence.
deterrence against any
The more
regional
languages you
action
can speak
against Iran.
is definitely correlated to
Abbas Asnani
how
reporting,
intelligent you are.
joining us from Tehran. Thank you very much, Abbas.
I only speak English.
Pleasure, sir.
It's different
Different
things that go in there with different things too.
This hour,
But,
Iran's foreign ministry has claimed that Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks carried out across its neighbors and the wider region since the war began. Spokesman Ismail Baghai indicated the U.S. and Israel may be behind some of the strikes and is urging foreign governments to investigate fully. Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has pushed back against Iranian claims that it is not striking civilian targets in the region. Now, that claim not landing well from Gulf countries.
I would probably get
Majid
more
Al
sick if I
Ansari,
did
who's the
that.
spokesperson
That's funny.
for Qatar's
The
foreign
fucking
ministry,
beast,
said
bro.
shortly
Oh,
that
yeah.
attacks from Iran
The shot with the shot.
on a daily basis.
Yeah, I chased the NyQuil with the Makers. And like I was safe.
Britain's Prime Minister,
I told my
Keir
peoples
Starmer,
what I did
says
just in
that
case
he
I
will
like
not be drawn
went
into
into a
the war with
coma.
Iran. This despite demands from the U.S. President Donald Trump. Starmer says that he is working with allies, and that includes European partners, in order to find a way to
I wasn't trying to
reopen the
hurt
Strait of
myself or
Hormuz.
anything. It was just I was just trying to go to sleep because Friday. So this was Thursday going into Friday because I knew Friday was going to be a big day.
To ensure stability in the market. That is not a simple task. So we're working with all of our allies, including our European partners, to bring together a viable collective plan that can restore freedom of navigation in the region as quickly as possible and ease the economic impacts.
Do stay with Al Jazeera. We'll be right back in just a moment, live from across the region and the Gulf with our continuing coverage.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes.
La posición del gobierno es.
The position of the Spanish government can be summed up in 4 words: no to the war.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel, and I also condemn the subsequent attacks by Iran.
The attacks on energy facilities that has happened on both sides is a dangerous precedent. It will cause repercussions throughout the world.
We can now see a regional conflict with unintended consequences.
Stay with us for the latest developments on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a
Woo!
Gaza-like
No, that's
effort
crooked.
on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between
This
the
is the
U.S.,
first.
Iran, and Israel. I'm Cyril Van
So
Yee.
let's stay
Drone attacks in
consistent.
Dubai, Abu Dhabi,
And we're going to
and
mark our
Doha.
first.
Iran says it is not responsible
is
for all the strikes
our
on its regional neighbors.
Bottom.
More U.S. and
For
Israeli
now,
strikes
this
hit
this
Iran,
could
where the
change,
death
will
toll is now
change.
nearing 1,500. Iran's deputy health minister tells Al Jazeera that medical facilities are being targeted. And Iran retaliates after the latest U.S.-Israeli strikes, launching a new attack on central Israel. The U.S. president has warned NATO allies of a very bad future if they don't help reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz. And Israel says it has begun what it is calling ground operations in southern Lebanon. It's been more than 2 weeks since Israel and the U.S. launched their attack on Iran, plunging the region into uncertainty. Iran's foreign ministry says that Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks across its neighbors and the wider region. A ministry spokesperson indicated Israel may be behind some of those strikes.
They've copied a number of weapons used by Iran. Some even alleged that the Iranian drones can reach the United States western coast. I can assure you that the Iranian drones can't cover those long distances. All these false allegations are meant to pave the way for the false flag operations they intend to carry out. This is the case as the Zionist entity and the United States are doing their best to create a smokescreen in order to pave the way for any false flag operations.
I think
Those
today
denials from Iran come after a morning
may
of
be one of
sustained
those
attacks on the United Arab
aggressively
Emirates. Authorities
bullish
in Abu Dhabi
days.
say that one person was killed in a missile attack in the
They're going to
city's
do a lot of
Bahia
fake
area.
outs. Look,
And
they
earlier,
did
a
2
drone
big fake
incident
outs
near
so
Dubai
far.
Airport set fire to a fuel tank. Flights were suspended but are now resuming. Iranian missiles have hit several targets also across central Israel. Many homes have been damaged in the latest attacks. Israel's health ministry says at least 14 people
We're
have
going
been
for a
killed,
higher
and
high right now.
2,745 more people have been injured since the conflict began 2 weeks ago. There have been more U.S. and Israeli attacks on the Iranian capital. Red Crescent teams and emergency personnel have been searching through the rubble of a building in Tehran. More than 1,400 people have been killed in Iran since the conflict began. Victoria Gatenby is in Doha. Victoria, you're monitoring developments across the Gulf country, which continues to come under Iranian fire, whether it's from missiles or drones on a daily basis. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, GCC countries are continuing to call for de-escalation and dialogue. They say that this is not their war to fight, that they are adopting a defensive posture, not an offensive one with Iran. So we heard in the press conference earlier by the Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesman that they want de-escalation. They want these attacks on Qatar to stop immediately. They call them outrageous. They call them a betrayal. He said that there could be no negotiation, no consideration about what Iran wanted to talk about until the attacks on Qatar and the GCC stopped.
Whoa.
Having said that, just an hour ago, a couple of hours after that press conference was held, we heard yet again 2 missile attacks being intercepted. The Ministry of Defense have confirmed that all the missiles were intercepted, but it's interesting timing given that that press conference happened a couple of hours ago. In terms of the wider GCC and diplomacy, Arab leaders say they have been warning for years, really since Israel's war on Gaza, about the regional instability in this region. They're calling for de-escalation and diplomacy. Diplomatic activity here, well, the Egyptian foreign minister has been meeting with Qatar's emir and also the prime minister and foreign minister of Qatar. Now, the Egyptian foreign minister has mooted the idea that really the GCC has to have a more kind of collective security posture. The foreign ministry spokesman really saying that that wasn't discussed in their meeting. They concentrated on the immediate attacks that they're having to deal with from Iran as a region. So calling for de-escalation and dialogue, but it seems from what we've just witnessed in the last hour that Iran is not ready yet to change strategy.
So those are equal highs.
Tawhid Asadi, you're in Tehran, so you heard Victoria's reporting. Gulf countries
Now we didn't.
continue
Well,
to
this is
condemn Iran
almost a
for its
breakout.
attacks on the
Almost,
Gulf and across the
but
region,
then
and they continue to call on Iran to stop
that
those
kind of
attacks. Meanwhile,
slapped
you've
it.
been following latest statements from
That wasn't
the
supposed to. These are going to
Iranian
be
Foreign Ministry,
tight
amongst others.
ranges.
What are you
Really
hearing from
tight
them?
ranges. So we want to be careful.
Well, actually, the latest comes from Iranian Foreign Minister himself, Abbas Araghchi, who came about this very recent situation. And of course, I'm citing him. He said that we don't say that we say that we don't want war doesn't mean that we say that we don't war is not because we want sustained war, but because we want the war to be finished in a situation in a way that our adversaries do not think about the repetition of aggression and attack once again. So this is a sort of concern that is out there for Iranians now that they are in the middle of a full-fledged all-out war scenario, and now that they are saying that they are ready for a long-time war, for a war of attrition. They are worried that in case of a ceasefire, there is a possibility for next rounds of attacks to be coming. And on that, we know that the Iranian foreign minister said that right now negotiation or ceasefire is not being considered in Tehran, and that is exactly coming from the same reason. And of course, added to that is this context, this background that we have to keep in mind. The Iranians were actually in the middle of a negotiation back in June, when the country all of a sudden faced an attack. And this time again, that was dancing with the same old tune. They were planning to have further rounds of talks and negotiations with the Americans, with the UN nuclear watchdog, but all of a sudden again, they faced another campaign of strikes. This time, the scope is not comparable to the previous time. So there is a sort of pragmatically calibrated conservatism inside these when it comes to these actually possibilities to be considered for negotiation. And we hear not just from the foreign ministry, but also from other officials of the country that they are all saying that right now negotiation is not on the table. Meanwhile, there is this regional controversy, and Iran is trying to address that as well. They are, first, it was the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, coming out to apologize to the regional countries. And of course, the gist of the matter, again, repeated by different Iranian officials, is that we are not at war with regional countries. We are at war with the U.S. bases, which are located in the region. And they had this warning given ahead of these recent rounds of confrontations. They said that in case any third country gives a green light to the Americans or Israelis to use their airspace, to use their land territories to target the Iranian territories, the response is going to be retaliatory. The response is going to be a tit-for-tat strategy. And now, with this tension ramping up to an unprecedented level after the U.S. president invited other countries to get in, again, we hear this from Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that in case of any country, either regional or beyond that, getting involved to this already escalated situation, the repercussion is going to be for those countries who are getting involved.
Tawhid, you know what we're going to do? We're going to play for our viewers what both the Iranians and the Gulf officials have said, starting with the Iranian
that's a
foreign
higher
minister,
high.
who says that Tehran has not asked for a ceasefire or exchanged any messages with the U.S. Abbas Araghchi has also given his response to President Trump's call for other countries to support securing the Strait of Hormuz. Listen to this.
The Americans are asking other countries to come and help them so that the Strait of Hormuz remains open, which of course, from our perspective, it is open. It is only closed to our enemies, to those who carried out unjust aggression against our country and to their allies.
The denial of attacking civilian targets. Let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped, including last Saturday when a missile with the trajectory towards the residential area was intercepted, and threats came out of unofficial media outlets of Iranians claiming specific companies and specific geographies that will be attacked in residential areas and commercial areas in Qatar.
Well, we hit some higher highs.
Our
That's
LNG
definitely
facilities in Ras Laffan, they have targeted the industrial
Right,
complex.
NVIDIA can go
In
and do their
Msirri, they have
own
targeted
thing.
the airport,
You
Hamad
know, but
International
it's just,
Airport.
you
They
know,
have
just a
targeted,
metric.
as I said, residential
You
areas.
know, and
And
you know, Spy's going to
I
do his
find
own
it very
thing. But this is the
difficult
real
to even
metric over
respond to what
here.
Mr. Araghchi said in the light that these attacks are ongoing every day. And the threat to civilians is ongoing every day.
High, baby.
The fact that we had to evacuate
It looks like calls
civilians
maybe
and students and faculty
prevailing
during the weekend
in the
is
meantime.
just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks without any real damage to the safety and security of Qatar.
So off the back of that, you were just listening to the spokesperson for the Qatar Foreign Ministry. Let's bring back in Victoria Gatenby and discuss that a little bit more. Victoria, the Qatar, and this mirrors what other Gulf countries have been saying, they are, of course, very angry at the repeated attacks from Iran on their territory. We just heard that. Their second biggest problem, you could argue their biggest problem, is actually the Strait of Hormuz, which is choked off and blocked by Iran. And that prevents these energy-rich countries from exporting their oil and gas, which is their entire means of sustenance for their economy, to their consumers around the world. What are they saying about that?
Well, yeah, and that's one of the points that the foreign ministry spokesman was making in that press conference, that they can't change the geography of this region.
All right, I
Qatar
just
is a
booked in
neighbor
some
of
games.
Iran.
I
It
top
shares
ticked that thing
the
right there, the
world's largest gas
676s.
field. It
Woo!
has to find a way
Woo, 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 woo. We got some runners too.
So
Woo, 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 woo.
now kept diplomatic channels open is because they've
All right,
had to
we
have a
made some
relationship
nice
with them.
bread
Now, the
right
Strait of
there.
Hormuz is, as you say,
Nice. I was
crucial
like,
to not only Qatar, but all gas exporting
got
countries
him.
in this region.
Got him.
It's a
That was
chokehold at the moment.
nice.
They
That
cannot
was
get oil and gas
nice.
out, and that is, he admitted, a huge
That
problem,
was
not only
nice.
for this region, but for the wider world. You know, Europe, Asia relies on the gas that is supplied by this region.
Yeah, I definitely
Qatar
showed him at
has
the
one of the
right
world's
time.
largest gas fields. It provides 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. And at the moment, it's
Look at
paused
this.
its production because it says it has to protect its workers and its vital infrastructure. It cannot get any cargo through.
I'm about to say, I do not have that many. Okay. I'm about to say.
They've got the same problem. So he was saying, you know, there
They
is
did not
a
update my.
committee, talk of a committee being established to possibly.
All right, so right now the 676s are 14 cents.
Qatar had not made a decision on that yet, that he might have more information on that after the Eid holidays.
What was
But
that?
he really
What
made the
was
point in
that
the press
though?
conference that this, yes, is a problem for Qatar and the other GCC countries whose wealth is built on oil and gas, but it's also a wider problem for.
It's kind of hard to buy there.
Victoria Gatenby in Doha, thank you very much. Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital, Tehran, thank you. The war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran is threatening Dubai's reputation as a safe global financial and tourism
day
hub.
trading thing is getting
More than
easier and
1,800
easier.
Iranian missiles and drones have targeted the UAE.
Sheesh. He said we sold all at the same time.
The city's stock market has fallen by 21%.
Yeah, my other contracts I sold. Now, my other contracts I got for like 30 cents. They got up to like 48 cents. I'm like, oh. I top ticked one of them at 42, and then as they were rinsing, I was looking at my other contracts, and then when everything top ticked back, I think like back here, they went for like 48 cents, and I missed it, but I sold it at like 38. I said whatever. I think I want to concentrate in trade another way. So there's a theory, not a theory, but there's an idea that I want to like kind of go over. It's not perfect, but I think I still want to go over it because it's just like it's game theory when it comes to like trading, like a style of trading. It's fucking sick. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, thank you so much for having
it's
me
kind of
on
cool.
your program. No doubt, just to sort of repeat the point you were making, the UAE, more than any other country, including Israel, has been attacked by Iran most intensely since February 28th. I think that the UAE's position in the Israeli normalization camp
10:15. Get ready for something weird.
I think Tehran has obviously seen the Abraham Accords.
That's really what that alarm is for. That alarm is literally for just like weird shit.
The Israeli footprint in
that's all it's for.
And
you know, that 10:30, because you know 10:30 something
Israel relationship
crazy always happens.
A grave menace to the Islamic Republic. And there are probably many factors we could get into, but above all else,
that would have been a nice. I actually seen those contracts. I actually seen them get to 20. When I seen them get to 20, I was like, "Oh, I want to sell." So I got rid of them, a lot of them at 18. I think I could have sold some of them at 19.
Excuse me, just to be clear,
but I had a lot of them.
Recognizing Israel and having embassies and consulates that are open. It's also about intelligence sharing.
Each dollar was like
military cooperation.
And I was buying those things back at when they dropped back down to 14. And then we started top ticking every dollar. Those things were going up. I was getting we get paid.
Okay, I understand.
We were getting paid.
Some of the headline numbers in terms of damage done to the UAE and to Dubai specifically, how deep would you say the cut is?
You know what? People are going to come to the channel, see what I'm doing and say, "Oh, that's easy." Everyone was doing that. Everybody does that. Well,
for the country
I thought of that.
As you've mentioned, for many years, for decades,
but today's a lot easier. I want to say Wednesday was like one of the hardest trading days like ever. Like Wednesday was probably a good day to just chill. But even then, because I've been just thinking about that day, and there were a lot of ways that you could have actually traded it.
A city that attracts so much investment and has been such a hub in the international economy. There's no doubt that all of these missile and drone attacks against Dubai and other parts of the UAE have done a lot to really undermine that image. I think the question is, when this war ends, what will the UAE be able to do to sort of restore that image and to rebuild that brand? I think the longer the war goes on, it's going to be more difficult. But at least in the interim, I think the UAE is trying to really focus on its message about having an economy that's very resilient, even amid the regional security crisis.
Yeah, I did want to ask you about the resilience. Do you think this damage to the reputation, to the money that flows to Dubai, the tourism, all of it, do you think this can be reversed? Do you think there's a scenario where we look back on this, whether it's in a few months or a year from now, and we say,
I think I missed a buy. I missed a buy. I could add. That was a good add-on area for these contracts I'm looking at. That was a great add-on area.
Large, also considering the other 5 GCC states. I think there's so much that these countries have to offer.
It was just looking too grim. It was just looking too grim.
Be optimistic about them succeeding,
and that's the point.
In terms of developing.
That's the point. It's not supposed to be comfortable.
I do think
it's not supposed to be comfortable.
That these
When you make money
countries,
in the stock
including
market,
the UAE,
like
will
when
be
you
able
make
to
those
recover,
crazy,
but
those
it's going to
crazy
be
things
difficult
that
to do so.
you
There is
know
no
they're
doubt
they're not supposed to feel comfortable. They're not supposed to feel good with those buys, you know, and then the motion, you know, but then on this breakout, that's when you see how the money is made right there. But it was scary. I did buy. I bought some more. Well, didn't buy, but I added some on like around here. But when this was like going down and this was getting big, they got cheaper, and I should have bought more. I should have bought more.
Sounds
I
of
should have bought
conflict.
more because even
South
now,
Lebanon is a
look at that.
battleground.
I like those numbers,
Israel's
baby.
military is advancing.
The Israeli forces have begun a ground operation.
You know, so
in
I wouldn't
Lebanon to
even
eliminate
look
threats
at
and protect the residents
puts or
of the
anything.
Galilee and the north.
I added.
The hundreds of thousands of Shiite
I know what you
residents
mean.
of
It was a
southern
weird
Lebanon
spot. Yeah,
who've been
yeah,
and are
real,
being evacuated from their homes
just real
will
tight.
not return to their homes south of the Litani River until the security of the residents of the north is guaranteed.
Lebanon says Israel is trying to expand its occupation of territory. Hezbollah is pushing back with the heaviest fighting concentrated around Khiem, a town along the border. It's strategic high ground and on an important road junction, a gateway to advance to the Litani River, which at this corner
I'm
is
so
a few
positive.
kilometers away.
Even on
that
that big red candle right there, I'm so positive.
Has treated it as a natural defensive line in previous conflicts with Hezbollah. And it believes controlling territory south of it makes it harder for the group.
I think that's the line.
Israel.
I think that's the line.
South and north
That might
of
be the
Litani
bottom
to
for this
leave their
area.
homes. Those who stay are coming under Israeli fire.
Could be the bottom for this
including
area. Be
paramedics.
careful.
They too are being killed and their centers destroyed.
And buy on the line or around the line, underneath that line. For now, you know, our first big drop off the pop is this line. So these contracts can draw back here. Okay, remember that. Now, I don't think we have necessarily like a double bottom situation. We have a bottom here. It touched a little bit here, but even then, this is a higher high. I mean, a higher low. You know, from this stack right here. So I don't really see a double bottom magnet to come back down.
The government must
all right.
stop Hezbollah's attacks.
Right.
But Lebanon is not speaking in one voice.
I could be wrong, but what do you see?
Like Hezbollah,
I see a drop. That's the drop. It comes down. It doesn't hit all the way here.
In other words, no negotiations.
Right. Then we get some higher lows. It gets weird right there because this was a high.
When there is no internal consensus,
this was lower than that, but then we rubber band.
Hezbollah remains defiant, launching rockets and drones
if you see
into
something
northern
different,
Israel.
Please tell me.
It says it is ready for a prolonged war, but it's not clear how long it
Even
can
on that, I'm
sustain
positive.
this
Yeah,
fight
yeah,
after losing its supply line from Iran.
We're doing the right thing.
Israeli
We're killers.
forces have not indicated how far they will try to advance. They once controlled a buffer zone up to the Litani River before withdrawing in 2000.
And now you know your range on that channel, okay, of that contract. Each contract is going to move differently. The risk is the contract plus the multiplier, okay?
Developments closely as disruptions to shipping routes bring upheaval and uncertainty.
So be careful of that. Now I'm seeing something different. We have our high.
The Middle East represents
we have a higher, now this is a higher low. I think this is lower than this, okay? I think.
The United States war on Iran means a lot of uncertainty. 90%
you know, the last time we seen this was here and we rubber band, but then sellers kick back in. So let's,
it's a duty-free
you know, maybe
which is actually special economic
price
zone.
out.
So
well,
it's
I
very
already
good
have some
from our
priced
point
out
of the
already.
goods arrive there duty-free. That's their big. Unfortunately,
What time
the port
is
of
it?
Jebel Ali has
10:23.
been attacked as well.
Let's look at these
I don't
clips.
think it's fully operational. So that is a
The
major
660 is
While the Jebel Ali port in the
okay.
UAE was reopened after services were briefly
661 is
suspended,
okay.
the unpredictability for exporters remains. and the restrictions on oil exports from that region is having an effect.
Some of our export clients has indicated that there is an increase in transport cost. They're also struggling to reach certain markets. So the impact is cost at the moment, and market access seems to be more difficult.
Some produce that was shipped before the conflict is stuck at sea. Exporters say some shipping lines are not taking bookings for fruit that's now piling up.
What we're trying to do is we've diverted some of the fruit via
put.
India, some of it via Oman, some of it via
661
Sri
put.
Lanka, but it's chaotic basically at the moment.
But diverting the produce is not always possible.
I didn't want to do that, but I was like, you know what?
At its final destination.
I don't think it'd be bad, especially from the ratio and what I have of the two, you know, and that put is going up right now.
Some of the fruit is returned to South Africa,
So,
but the local market can't absorb all of the produce.
Probably
While the citrus industry is preparing to harvest
my
and ship
weight.
tons
I
of fruit,
really
it's
hate to
meant
see
for
us
the
break
Middle
this, because if we
East.
break that
There is
that could
worry
hurt.
about escalating costs.
That could really
what
hurt me
comes
on these
next for a
contracts.
region that accounts for about 20% of
Because
South
we do
Africa's
have a look
agricultural
below.
exports. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
And that's
Let's take a
why
look
I
at other
start buying
headlines around the
some.
world. A
But
cleanup operation is underway in
I'm not going to
Kenya
put
after
too
widespread
much
flooding.
down
At least
there.
66 people have now been confirmed dead,
Just,
with
you know,
12,000
you
others
don't want to be
displaced. Half
bullheaded.
of those who died have been in
You don't
Nairobi,
want to be
where poor
bullheaded.
drainage has been a long-running issue. Waterways and floodplains are often
I
obstructed
could have added
by
on right there, but
unregulated
I had
buildings. The Interior Ministry has also identified 37
I had to
neighborhoods
look
at
other
high
places
risk of
and
flooding across the country.
get my next couple
Myanmar's
moves
parliament has convened
figured
for the
out
first
first.
time since a military coup 5 years
Plus,
ago.
I
The
have
lower house
more
has
than
held
enough
its
right
regular
there. That's
session. The military says that this marks one of the final steps in a return to democracy after this year's elections. But many in Myanmar say that those polls were deeply flawed.
too
and
greedy.
millions
Okay,
of
I don't
people
want to be
remain
too
disenfranchised.
greedy.
Others are still committed to the armed struggle
in the
against
market,
military, including a former monk who gave up
in
his
real life,
monastic robes for
I'm
combat
not
fatigues.
greedy at all. But when it comes to
My
trading,
name is
you have
Comrade
to be
Seattle.
fucking
I am a fighter from
cheap.
the Royal Peacock Column. I became a novice monk when I was 9 years old and was ordained as a fully fledged monk at the age of 20. During the military coup, I heard that the military junta violently cracked down on protesters.
Now, these
using
contracts, they were
RPGs
hitting
and
14
machine
cents on some of
They
these
buried
drops.
and
Now I'm
buried
seeing maybe like
people
15
who were still
cents.
alive and injured. I made the decision
But we haven't
that I
had like
to
a breakout
revolt
range to the
against
upside.
military.
So it's like, you know, that next breakout is going to, you know, put us in the next
fighter
hemisphere.
jets
But
or artillery are in the
yeah,
area.
oh, but even then, that was 71.40.
I want children to develop the habit of seeking shelter in underground bunkers. Because
Careful, this can
underground
also be
bunkers are
consolidation for the
safest
bigger move.
place.
Yeah,
I have no internal conflict in my mind.
yeah.
As a
I don't even have
citizen,
a
I
big
must
ratio.
take
I just bought one
responsibility for
contract.
my
It's
country.
not
I
even a
must do
freaking
what is right
ratio,
for the nation.
you know, to the upside.
The military junta
You know,
shows no mercy
I
and
guess
acts
I just don't like the
inhumanly
fact
toward
of
the
just
people.
having
So
much
I will
more
not hesitate
direction.
to fight them whenever necessary.
This year's Academy Awards
You know, plus
have
you
been
can
handed
also
out in
see
Hollywood, and
the
the
true
offbeat
movement.
thriller
I
One
think you
Battle
understand
After
now
Another
what I mean
was
about the
tonight's big winner.
movements of the
With the
contracts
U.S.
now.
war in the Middle East, security was tighter than ever. From Los
You
Angeles,
know,
John Hendren reports.
the volume doesn't matter, you know, because you can see red, but your calls are going up. You know, you see that a lot, you know, so that's what I mean when I say definitely pay attention to the contracts.
Everyone watching right now around the world is all too aware that these are very chaotic.
Like volume matters and everything, and time and place,
not
but
just to film, but to the ideals of
you know,
global
zero
artistry,
dates.
collaboration,
Yeah, zero
patience,
dates, no.
resilience, and that rarest of qualities today,
No, I don't think zero dates
On the
matter.
stage, Leonardo DiCaprio's latest film won one Oscar after another, though not for Best Actor.
One battle after another, Paul Thomas Anderson.
One battle after another, Paul Thomas Anderson.
Damn, everybody won an award except for Leo.
For a film where the on-screen battles were domestic. Outside, the celebration occurred in a 1.5 km security buffer zone protected on the ground and in the air by hundreds of police and federal officers. The security concerns were highlighted by the war in Iran, heightened by
It looks like the temperature's kind of changing, right?
an attack on a synagogue in Michigan.
It looks like temperature's
is usually
changing.
full of thousands of tourists, especially here in front of the Chinese theater. But now it's full of fences.
If we hit near the line, that's going to be 14. They're going to be 14 cents.
Helicopters overhead, police helicopters. And police say they have no specific information about threats to the Oscars, but they're taking no chances with the war in Iran. Actor Javier Bardem wore a pin in Spanish that translates to no to war.
Are we breaking down?
And free Palestine.
In the name of our future, in the name of
All
all our children,
we gotta hold our
stop
nuts.
all these
We
wars now.
gotta hold our nuts. Now remember, we did see that flash crash. You know, so don't get caught up in this glitz and glamour of what's going on right now. They're down to 14 cents now.
And up next, Talk to Al Jazeera interviews Jan Egeland from the Norwegian Refugee Council about the growing refugee crisis in the Middle East, and that'll be followed by our
All right, the other contract is going up. The 661s are going up. Well, they just ticked one more time. They already ticked. All right, these down to 13.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
All right, UVIX is going up too. 1030, that's that 1030 shit. I didn't even notice that. That's that 1030 shit. I might get out of these because it's looking like we are going somewhere down low.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
A weekly look at the world's
Oh, that's
top business
brutal.
stories.
What does this
I'm out of
mean
those.
for them if the price of oil stays at somewhere around $60 a barrel next year?
What is the other
From
contract
global
at?
markets and economies. What does the debt crisis
Ooh,
look
that
like
one
for
up
ordinary
nice.
in Africa? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera. Always trust.
22%.
Wars are often reduced to strategy. Front lines, targets, deterrence. But for civilians trying to survive the bombs, war is something else entirely. It's the sound of families forced from their homes in the dark, the sight of cities emptying under relentless bombardment, and the reality of aid workers scrambling to reach people before the systems that sustain life begin to collapse. With the escalating war between the US, Israel and Iran, and violence spreading across the Middle East, aid agencies are raising the alarm. Jan Egeland is the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, one of the largest Western humanitarian organizations still operating in Iran. What his teams are witnessing there points to a crisis expanding far beyond the battlefield. And Egeland says US and Israel
What
are
was
violating
that?
international law by failing to observe proportionality.
All
and
right, so we
distinction
came back
between
down.
civilians and military
We did come back
targets.
down.
At a moment when the region is once again consumed by conflict, the question is not who wins the war, but how people survive it. Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, talks to Al Jazeera. So Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, thank you so much for talking to Al Jazeera. First of all, we're witnessing this war raging in the region, a war started by the US and Israel. What has it done to population stability across the Middle East?
All right, I'm looking at them things right now.
And it's not enough known to the world that millions are fleeing from the intense bombardment in Iran, in Lebanon.
Was that a
but also
sweep or what?
It's a regional war. It's often portrayed as some kind of a geopolitical, military, strategic chess game.
That's real.
But it shouldn't be. It's realities for families who are desperate, traumatized, and who are fleeing for their lives.
You mentioned that millions are fleeing. You're one of the few organizations, the few international humanitarian organizations that operate in Iran. So you might see things that
Now we're on the other end of that.
How many people have been internally displaced, first of all, inside Iran by the US and Israeli attacks?
This is the point where either we're going to drop underneath open
the exact figure,
or we're going to run up.
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
There's nothing else to the left. There's nothing else to the right.
It's a huge place. 90 million plus inhabitants. Tehran, which is under intense bombardment day and night.
All right, the 676s are still 11 cents.
Inhabitants. It's a huge place.
Well, dropped down to 11
seems
cents.
to have now left Tehran, but also many other cities. We have 110 aid workers on the ground, where we are, as you say, one of a handful groups. We're the biggest Western aid group in Iran. 110 aid workers also flee, many of them with their families, but we have 8 relief centers in as many
Got that put at the right
and we
time.
see how the needs are growing.
I don't mean to belittle your efforts, of course, but 110 aid workers, and you just mentioned that we could be talking about over 3 million people displaced. Is that a number that 110 aid workers can help with? Is there a feeling that you're overwhelmed?
Of course, we're overwhelmed, we're overstretched, and we're underfunded. The main aid work is done by the national organization, by the local organizations.
But shipping has been disrupted, flights have been disrupted. Are local organizations or international organizations like yours even able to bring supplies in that are desperately needed?
You had the pivot right there, big time pivot.
But of course, we have stocks in the country. We can purchase within Iran.
Let's see what
how long will those stocks last, though? Sorry to interrupt, but how long are those stocks going to last?
It could be weeks, but we would have to go also to the local markets, the regional markets. Iran is a middle-income country. It has supplies. It's not Somalia. However, the longer this goes, the more disruption there will be to everything also internally. You cannot have thousands of air raids on heavily
It was hard to hold those contracts.
urban areas without
it was really hard to hold those.
Where public services fail, where supply lines fail, where shopkeepers are killed, where shops close, where the markets fail, and thereby our aid work is becoming infinitely more difficult.
So what happens after a few weeks when those stocks finish?
That the suffering explodes, really. At the moment, people are fleeing, many in their own cars, out of the main cities, first and foremost Tehran, but also many other places. They go to smaller places because they believe it will be safe there. They are then shocked to see that the smaller places are also bombed. And it's not just military and the nuclear targets this time. It's everything that has to do with the governmental services, with the regime, if you like.
We're talking about millions, 3 million plus people having been displaced.
So NVIDIA really isn't.
Add to that some of the numbers from sources, credible sources about displacement in the region, like the Global Report on Internal Displacement. Talks about 11 million in Sudan, over 7 million in Syria, almost 5 million in Yemen, over 3 million in Palestine, 1 million in Iraq, 1 million in Lebanon, or around 1 million in Lebanon. What is the bigger picture? Are we heading towards a region of displaced populations?
Go anywhere because they're rinsed so bad.
We do. And
okay, so they rinsed the puts.
Middle East affected. But is also beyond.
I mean, yeah, they rinsed them.
Afghanistan is next door to
now
Iran.
This is going to be a reshuffling of those puts.
Now by the Taliban is in its own war with Pakistan. The border crossings where we work between Iran and Afghanistan have been bombed. It's hard for people now to flee from Afghanistan to Iran and from Iran to Afghanistan, and there are people going in both directions. It's traumatizing for entire nations and populations.
This is just.
And coming back to Iran, though, international human rights organizations cite reports of Israeli and U.S. attacks on medical centers, some 10 medical centers, a school which killed, as you know, 165 schoolgirls and staff members, according to local Iranian reports. Amnesty International talks about how U.S. and Israeli strikes are putting prisoners, including children, at risk. There have been reports of strikes on sports centers, 18 boys and girls being killed while playing volleyball. Are you concerned that the U.S. and Israel are violating international humanitarian law?
Yeah, because it is not proportional. I mean, there are three rules for warfare. Your warfare has to be proportional, not excessive. This seems to be disproportional. There has to be distinction between civilian and military targets. But when you have so many thousands of air raids, of course, there will be cascading effects for the civilians, and you have to show precaution. That's the third principle. And there's not enough precaution when a girls' school is bombed because it belonged to an area that once was owned by the Revolutionary Guards. So all
661 is kind of nice.
We cannot continue like this. And it's not just in Iran, it's also in Lebanon. But as you will know, there is also indiscriminate missiles going the other way from Iran, from Hezbollah, into the Gulf countries, into Israel, that is completely indiscriminate. It could go anywhere, really. It has to end. We need a ceasefire.
Yeah. Of course, we've heard the U.S. president deny that the U.S. was responsible for the attack on the girls' school.
And, you know, I was feeling like it was getting crazy over here because, you know, we were getting lower highs, lower high. You see?
Hit civilian infrastructure,
I called that shit too. I just didn't sell my calls. I just didn't get out of my calls quick enough. I bought my put at the right time, but I didn't transfer. I wanted to wait. I wanted to see how much deep that well can get.
Absolutely. I mean, that is completely indiscriminate. I mean, on the other way, it's disproportionate. There is not enough precaution. It's too excessive. It seems that what goes the other way is completely indiscriminate, and it could on both sides massively hit water supply, electricity, and have this breakdown of services in urban areas.
What would that mean? Could that lead to massive population upheaval in the Gulf?
Well, it would mean that people would not have safe drinking water. It would not have. It would mean that people would be suffering. It would mean that the healthcare would suffer. It could be epidemic disease. I mean, that's of course the worst scenarios. We're close to that, I think, now in Iran and in Lebanon, because of the ferocity of the bombardment. But the missiles going the other way could hit things that are illegal under international law. You cannot and should not and must not hit civilian infrastructure that is needed for the survival of the civilian population.
And as you mentioned, we've seen Iranian missiles and drones also take civilian casualties, cause civilian deaths and injuries in Israel. When you look at the bigger picture of this, people are wondering, is the international order, is international law dead at this point?
No, it's not dead. I'm old enough to remember the War of the Balkans, where the same argument was. It was made. It's the end of humanitarian law as we know of it, of international law. Now it's the law of the jungle. But of course, we're now in a deep crisis for geopolitical cooperation, for conflict resolution, for conflict prevention, it seems that men with power and guns believe they can solve problems the military way. And it's nearly
But is
never,
it different,
ever.
Jan, with all due respect, is it different this time than the Balkans when you have the leader of a nuclear-armed superpower threatening on Truth Social, quote, military consequences to Iran at a level never seen before, and threatening to, quote, make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation.
That'd be crazy.
Death, fire, fury. I mean,
absolutely freaking
insane.
insane.
That make you worry that we're at a new level?
With
we
$3
haven't
from the
seen
high.
that level of language before. No, true. I mean, of course, the bombing of Iraq during Saddam Hussein was also called something with fury and shock and awe and so on. That was the whole point of it. Overwhelming military force is one thing that one has been discussing again and again. My point is, what did they achieve in Iraq after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, or in Afghanistan after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and the Taliban is back? And I think that's a key point here also.
Oh, I didn't even know I got them for that price. Okay.
A couple of $1 billion per day in this current conflict, because that's what they're spending, the West and Iran and the Gulf countries. But we cannot give them millions to save lives among civilians, women and children. We're completely underfunded in our life-saving work in these countries.
Can any humanitarian, any coalition, even alliance of humanitarian organizations, deal with a scenario in which nations are bombed until they can never be built back? Is that something within, I mean, do you plan for stuff like that when you read these kinds of comments?
Well, no, well, we do as much. We're humanitarians. I have meetings day and night now with my colleagues within the region on how can we search, how can we bring in new teams, how are we able to do supplies from outside? Can we use cash transfers? Iran is under sanctions. The Western sanctions against Iran makes it more difficult for us to help the victims of this conflict, those who could even be sympathizing with the aims of the West. It's a lot of cascading effects here, but we're waking up every morning to try to do our utmost, and we try to tell the decision makers, we need a ceasefire and we need a surge in saving lives. Maybe we could stop spending billions and billions on something which has never really worked, which is to bomb regime change, to bomb solutions to intricate problems. The language on all sides here is very disruptive. Who's talking about rebuilding, protecting humanity, make humanity great again? That would be my message.
Focusing then on the humanitarian effort on the ground, and you mentioned Lebanon. Our correspondent was reporting
in this level, I am looking at the 672, 673 call,
areas like the southern suburbs of Beirut,
but I still have my puts.
Evacuation orders.
I sold my one put because I just wanted to concentrate on just looking at a certain set of contracts.
Are you worried that this pattern of Israeli attacks is preventing displaced people from finding refuge anywhere?
But they can just fade this.
I've seen that myself in Lebanon. I mean,
that's a real gap. That's a real
women,
gap.
Children,
I mean, for them to go down there, tag it, eat some of it, would be just incredible, absolutely incredible. It would just unwind everything that they did.
The local population
pre-market,
because they know Israel is really bombing anything that could be associated with Hezbollah, which makes it impossible for these people to really find refuge.
What happens to them? And can you help them? What is it that you can do? So
The
Lebanon, we
658s
have
are
a
acting like the
bigger
other
regime
contracts
than
we were
Iran.
trading
Several
over there.
hundred
The
aid
676s.
workers were supporting dozens
These are
and
the
dozens of collective
658s. I'll
centers,
put
and also
658s here.
receiving
Now I'll put the
Lebanese who
658s up
flee
here
into Syria. Because it's a sign that
because
it's
these two
really
are
bad in
trading
Lebanon
the same way.
that people flee into
Let's put a star right
war-ravaged
there.
and not rebuilt Syria. But that's where many end up. We are, however, again, overstretched, underfunded. There is too little attention to saving lives and too much attention on military escalation that will make everything worse.
You know, I was reading about an incident and I thought about how it impacts the work of organizations like yours. On March the 6th, reports talk about on March the 6th, Israeli forces disguising themselves in ambulances while they launched a raid into Nebichit in Lebanon. Does that undermine the sense of safety that humanitarian workers from
All right, so we have,
organizations like yours
you see, remember before how I said we had nothing to the left?
clearly marked vehicles?
You know, like we had nothing over there, like supporting
It's a war crime
us
to be
to
misusing
fall,
ambulances.
like to fall back to,
There's
you
been
know, because
claims
this was just
on
all
both
just a
sides
push up.
that the other side
Now,
are camouflaging themselves.
you know, looking down, you know, we're
as
looking
aid
down, you
workers
know,
or
a
health
cliff,
workers or ambulance workers with the Red Cross symbol, which is a protective emblem.
a V bottom. Now it's just a falling knife. Now we just gotta wait until this thing stops falling.
Part of the problem is, of course, that
You know,
there is
I
impunity
don't know,
now
you know, when that is, you know, what it's
too
going to do.
many
You know, now
of
we're
the
just
crimes
in,
committed by
you know, whatever
sides.
territory.
And what
I
happens
seen
is that
this,
you end up in
you
some
know,
kind of a
we caught
mud
this, you know,
wrestling
pretty
game
good action,
where
really
you're
good action,
seen
because
as
you
can
could have lost
do
all your money on
whatever
those
it
fucking
takes
contracts.
to
Those
win,
contracts are probably
because the
worthless right
other
now.
side is so
So,
terrible. Well,
you know, we
if
sold
you
out. We
become
got
like
most of
them,
our money
why?
back.
Who's the
Our
good and
put
who's the bad guy
full
in these
value on our
fights?
one
I
put,
see only
and then we
bad
bought
guys
some
now
more puts,
fighting
and we're
each
getting more
other
value on those.
in
Now I
in
did
too many
flip
of
flop
these
right here. I
scenarios.
put
Are you
out some
concerned, Mr. Eglin,
bread,
that we're seeing
and
a
then I
pattern of
got rid of it.
Israeli
Then I put it
attacks
back
that
on. So I
attempt to
did flip flop. I
create
did
a
one flip
buffer
flop.
zone
I
through
did one flip
permanent
flop
forced displacement in southern Lebanon?
because I thought this was the bottom. Because this
In southern
because we were
Lebanon, we've
right here on
seen
this line.
incursion
So I was
after
like, all right,
incursion
let me
after
get him back.
incursion.
Then we start
I
falling more. Then I said,
remember
all right,
being a young
let me get the
UN
out of there.
soldier in southern Lebanon in 1978. That was among these Israeli incursions. Again, it hasn't solved any of the issues. And of course, Israel is hit by missiles from Hezbollah side. What all of this screams at is a diplomatic, negotiated settlement where the international sponsors of the parties
That's a
help bring
good
about
ratio right there.
going to be
Ooh,
this
I like
military campaigns
that. That's
sow
cool.
more hatred.
Yeah, I gotta have a
More
number crunch
generations will
day.
feel that they
You know, I
have
gotta have a
to
day
feel
to where,
revenge. I think
you
that's
know, I
part
just
of the
want to
problem
it's gonna probably have to be on the weekend
across the Middle East.
to where I just
We
want to
must talk
focus on just
about
numbers.
Gaza as well. We're 5 months into a
You know, I
shaky
barely want to
ceasefire in
use
Gaza.
words or
Much of the
see words.
population, though,
I
is
want to
still
just focus on
displaced.
numbers.
Why? What is stopping perhaps
Multiples,
organizations like
multipliers,
yours from
multiples,
trying
you
to
know.
help people back into a more
Little
settled
division.
lifestyle in their communities again?
I think Gaza, where I've been many times over the years, is an example of a job only half done, not even half done. Yes, the big war is over, but there is no solution to the underlying problems there, and new problems have come. My organization, the Norwegian Refugee Council, and 40 other fine international groups, American, European, and others, are being banned by Israel from doing work in and from Israel, which makes it impossible for us to enter Gaza and to have people going in and out and supplies going in and out.
I wonder
There they
what
go.
you think,
Yeah,
where
those
you
things
think this
got
is
beaten
going.
down pretty
In a
bad.
report of February the 19th, the UN raised concerns over, quote, ethnic
And Jones got beat
cleansing
down
in
really
Gaza
bad.
and the West Bank because of what it said was, I apologize for that
What the heck
noise.
is this?
That is actually a warning that we get here when there is incoming missiles or drones suspected.
That's crazy.
And just to clarify for
That's
our viewers, of course, this is
crazy.
happening as we record this show, Wednesday,
Bro,
March
did
the
you
11th.
hear that?
We'll try and continue, though, with our interview.
Incoming
so as I was saying, the UN,
drones.
in a report of February the 19th, raised concern about ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank. Are you worried? Are you seeing a pattern of ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily call it that, but what I see.
What do you call it then?
Yeah, what do you call it?
De facto annexation by the occupying power Israel of increasing parts of the occupied West Bank. And of course, they are now keeping under military control part of the little Gaza crammed place for Palestine is under Israeli military rule, and they're still completely destroying every infrastructure possibility for the Palestinians there. So it's just horrific what's happening, and the Gulf countries that can speak to Israel and have the ear of Netanyahu, and the US and Germany and others need to do more to say if it's wrong for Russia to occupy Ukraine that we all agree on, how come it's tolerated that Israel use occupation as some way of stealing land for their settlers, the thugs that are organized and beat up Palestinian women and children every day?
Facts.
The hypocrisy.
How can you say Russia can't do it, but Israel can do it?
Population go, whether we call it de facto annexation or ethnic cleansing. We've had one U.S.
Ethnic
plan at
cleansing.
One point
That doesn't
about
even sound good.
of Palestinians from Gaza. Where does the population ultimately go? Especially in places as well, we mustn't forget, like the West Bank, which international human rights organizations have cited Israeli attacks, settler attacks, as depopulating Palestinian centers and neighborhoods.
People are crammed together in smaller and smaller and more crowded ghettos, towns, urban areas, and the land is taken over by settlers or military Israeli organizations. The Bedouins, who have been 50 years outside of Jericho, are now forced to leave their livestock, which is often stolen. I've seen it with my own eyes, by criminal settler gangs, and they end up as miserable recipients of our aid in some town somewhere, and they have to live their life that they've had for hundreds of generations as Bedouins across these areas.
Got to ask you a final question about maybe the largest displacement situation in the region, which of course is Sudan. Okay, I just got to mention, if you're hearing those sounds of explosions, we assume that is attempts to intercept anything incoming. So apologies for the noise there.
Apologies for
the
us
situation
being
in
bombed
Sudan,
right now during this
over 11
interview.
million people displaced. Is anyone able to deal with that? Is there hope for that situation?
I was recently in South Kordofan in Sudan. It's now the worst conflict area and possibly the worst famine situation in what is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, Sudan. We're scaling up. We have only a few weeks before the rainy season when roads become impossible. Impossible. I mean, we cannot go there. So we're working with 40 local groups to scale up.
Can you scale up in time? before the famine spreads?
Where we will go from 100,000 to 500,000 people that we will try to help.
Jan, how many lives are at stake? Just to put it in perspective for people, how many lives are at stake right now in Sudan?
Or in Sudan, it's 20 million people who urgently need assistance, and we're perhaps reaching half of them. So I must say, we as humanitarian workers feel increasingly alone with the civilian population in the midst of these crossfires, because we're really so overwhelmed and we feel there is not enough resources, nor attention, nor support for our work.
It's been a pleasure talking to you. Jan Egeland, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I'm Foliba Thibault. I'm a presenter. I've always wanted to be a journalist because I'm a very inquisitive person. And a pivotal moment was when I did an internship, a show that sought to reunite families separated by conflict in Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's when I realized that we as journalists could make a difference in people's lives. And here at Al Jazeera, we try to make a difference. We make sure their stories are told and their voices are heard.
Was that V bottom? Why did it do that? My mouse sometimes like disconnects and like reconnects. Like, what the heck? All right. So now we are in the trickery times.
It's 15 GMT, 6 p.m. in Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Foliba Thibault. The Strait of Hormuz is open but closed to our enemies. The warning from Iran's foreign minister. Tehran is also accusing Israel of being behind some of the attacks in the region. The state of Qatar demands Iran stop attacking Gulf countries immediately and calls for diplomacy to prevail. Also this hour,
while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war.
the UK Prime Minister and EU leaders set out their position on the Iran war and refused to commit to sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz. And Israel says it's begun what it's calling limited and targeted ground operations in southern Lebanon.
Big gap up, right?
The Strait of Hormuz is closed to our enemies, the words of Iran's foreign minister as the war between his country, the US, and Israel enters its third week. Disruption of the vital shipping passage continues to cause chaos in energy markets. Several European countries have rejected President Trump's calls for military support to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it will be closed to Washington.
On the first day, they carried out a massive wave of attacks and demanded unconditional surrender. And now, after roughly 15 days since the war began, they are turning to others for help regarding the security of the Strait of Hormuz, to those whom until yesterday they considered enemies. Of course, from our perspective, it's open. It's only closed to our enemies, to those who carried out unjust aggression against our country and to their allies.
Meanwhile, there have been more attacks on Gulf countries. In the UAE, a drone incident near Dubai airport set fire to a fuel tank, and authorities in Abu Dhabi say one person was killed in a missile attack there. There have been 2 rounds of attacks on Doha. Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesman says Iran is
Trump has news conference at 11:45. Oh, I didn't even see all this stuff he wrote.
Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped. These attacks are ongoing every day, and the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks.
Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry says Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks carried out on its neighbors since the war began. Spokesman Ismail Bagay accused Israel of being behind some of these strikes and is urging foreign governments to investigate fully.
They've copied a number of weapons used by Iran. Some even allege that the Iranian drones can
Careful,
reach the
this can
United
be
States
bigger
western
consolidation
coast.
for bigger
I
moves.
can assure you that the Iranian drones can't cover those long distances.
Yeah,
All these
I
false
am
allegations
chilling
meant to
out
pave the way for the false flag operations they intend to
until
carry
we
out.
figure
This
out
is the
what's
case as
going
the
on.
Zionist
This
entity and the
this
United
was
States
an
are doing their
easy
best to
trade
create
right
a
there. All that was
smokescreen
easy trade.
in order
Even
to
this
pave
was
the
an
way
easy
for
trade.
any false flag operations.
You know, caught that,
Well, we
got
have a team
that.
of correspondents covering all the latest developments.
This
We are
is,
live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank this hour, at the White House in Washington. First, we begin in Tehran. Tawhid Asadi is in the Iranian capital for us. Tawhid, tell us more about what the Iranian Foreign Ministry has been saying, especially regarding these attacks it blames on Israel.
From
The
here.
attacks on some of the Gulf countries here, it blames on Israel. What evidence is it providing to support this?
Well, actually, this is a very important claim put forth recently from the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghaei, saying that there is an Israeli hand when it comes to these attacks, and Iran is not responsible for all these attacks. He also claimed that some of the Iranian military equipments have been copied and used, and that is in a sense, according to him, to increase the pressure against the country. But still, we know that we heard a lot of other important lines from the Iranian Foreign Minister himself, Abbas Araghchi, and of course, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now from the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani.
Alright,
And
so
I can refer to some of the
I'm
highlights.
noticing
First,
that we
Iranian
have
Foreign
the
Minister
opening
says,
trade.
we are not interested
You know,
in
I think
a
we've
sort of
always
sustained,
done really well on
continued
the
war, but
opening
we
trade,
want to
the
finish
gaps.
the war in a way that the adversaries of the country could not think about another strike, another
that's the
aggression
morning
against
trade.
the country. This is out of a concern that Tehran has regarding the normalization of attacks on the country, seeing what happened since the past 2-3 weeks, and since
I know we
and
should
of course the events
break
that happened
the
back in
day
June when
up,
they started
the
another campaign
trading
of
day
strikes.
in
Also,
segments. There's
we
different
heard from him
segments.
that the United States now resorts to former enemies of the
I
country to
understand
deal
the
with the situation
segments
in the Strait of
for
Hormuz. And
theta.
also, Iranian Foreign Minister says that the Strait of Hormuz is open but close to
I
the adversaries of the country.
see
Similarly, we
the
received
segments
this
for
related
trading. I
statement
don't
from the
fully
spokesperson for the
understand
Ministry of
them.
Foreign Affairs,
I guess
coming
I
out to say
do.
that this is just
We
due
have
to
the morning
wartime
trade,
conditions, and this is right now being
the opening
controlled by
trade.
the armed
Then we
forces of
have,
Iran, seeing
we
this
break into another
circumstance. All in
section,
all, we can rest assured that the country is trying
and
its
then
best
we
to
have
use this
our
leverage
early
of
morning
the
trade,
Strait of
and this is what we're
Hormuz
in
when it
now.
comes to this geopolitically intricate situation.
Indeed, Iran seems to be using the Strait of Hormuz as leverage, as you say there. But when the foreign
And then we
ministry
have the
says
late
that,
afternoon.
you know, some countries won't be allowed to pass the strait, are there countries that are allowed
Well, I
right now
guess
to use this passage?
the afternoon and late
which
afternoon
countries are
kind
those?
of just goes together.
Well, still, we know that the latest says there are reports
And then you have the end of day
that
trade
those countries with good
at like,
relations with
I guess that's
Iran,
power hour.
they have been given a
I
chance
think that's
to
power hour.
go through this passage, but it's still, from what I can hear from
And
Tehran
there's a
side, they're saying
crazy
that
section
those
that
countries
happens in
who
like the
are
last like 15
related
minutes, 10
or
minutes
those
of the
countries who
day.
have any sort of collaboration with the United States and
That
Iran's
is
adversaries
money.
are not going
That's
to be
money
given
too.
a chance. And in that, we know
That's
that
money
also
too. That's
that
crazy.
status of being
When I picked
an
up on all
adversary
this,
could be
I
also
want
a
to say
matter
back
of
in like
different interpretations.
January,
For instance,
that's
Iran
when I
says
started
any
like
third country who
trading it and
gets
focusing on it,
involved
and
in
man, oh
attacks
man.
against Iran is
And
going to
man,
be
oh man. And
recognized
then
not
that's how
as a
that led
friend.
me
Of course,
into
recently we know
seeing
that
other
Khark,
things
an
within the
important island
contracts.
from which a huge part of Iran's oil
So, you
exports
know,
happen to
there's
go out,
definitely
was
levels.
targeted. And Iranian side said that the
There's
attacks
there's
happened
there's levels
from
to
one
this
of the
for
neighboring
sure.
countries, UAE. And of course, from the very beginning, they said that in case of a U.S.
So we're
attack
stalling out
on
for
the
Trump.
country, if the third countries allowed the United States to use their territories to conduct attacks against the country, there are going to be tough repercussions for them. And that's part of that repercussion, I can say, as a matter of interpretation.
Okay, Tawhid, thank you very much for bringing us the latest there from Tehran. Meanwhile, Iran's military central command has sent a message directly to President Donald
I
Trump.
don't
In his
like
first
this
statement in
setup.
English, Iran's army spokesman said the outcome of the war will be determined on the
I guess
battlefield.
this isn't too bad.
A message to the
But
President of
Trump
the United
isn't
States.
on here.
The outcome of war cannot be determined by tweets. The result of the
Speech
war is
report.
determined in the field, the very place where you and your forces do not dare to approach, and you can only talk
Oh,
about
that's a
it in your
legend.
tweets.
Oh, okay. No, this is the
Better
legend.
to name this war as epic fear instead of epic fury.
Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington. So a message there in English directed to President Trump. How will this go down there?
Well, we're waiting to hear from the U.S. president directly. He called an impromptu press conference for the East Room of the White House. It will take place sometime in the next hour. What we know is that the U.S. president has been very vocal over the weekend on social media, which is perhaps what that spokesperson was referencing. And particularly when it comes to not only the potential for escalation with Iran, saying that so far he has withheld from hitting its main oil infrastructure, but could do so in the future, but also has been extensively pressuring U.S. allies, NATO and Asian, to join the coalition to help escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, which is effectively closed. So we're watching carefully to see what exactly the U.S. president might do in this upcoming press conference.
And what is the Trump administration, Kimberly, saying about timelines or red lines for restoring shipping through the Strait of Hormuz? And how clear are those to the American public today?
Well, it's not clear to the American public, and it's also not clear to the allies that have so far said they will not be sending ships. The U.S. president, in his social media tweet, pressured 7 different countries, including the UK, France, even China. But what we know is there have already been firm no's from nations like Japan as well as Australia, severe hesitation on the part of the remaining, and complete disregard for the request on the part of China. So the U.S. president may be using this upcoming press conference as a way of continuing to escalate his pressure campaign on those nations. He's intimated that he believes that those that rely on the Strait of Hormuz for their oil exports, or rather imports, should in fact be defending it. So it's not clear, again, what the U.S. president plans to say, whether he intends to respond directly to the Iranian military, whether he intends to pressure the nations he believes should be helping to defend in a war that the U.S. president and Israel started, or if he has something else on his mind in the agenda. We're watching carefully to see.
And of course, we will check in with you once that press conference begins in Washington. Kimberly Halkett at the White House there. Now, Israel's President Isaac Herzog, for his part, has condemned Iran for what he says is Tehran's use of cluster munitions in strikes on Israel. Herzog has been visiting communities affected by recent missile attacks in the suburbs of Tel Aviv. Investigators there say several warheads split and struck multiple locations, resulting in extensive damage. Herzog warned that Iran's retaliatory actions will only bring it more destruction. That's as air raid sirens continue to be activated in parts of central Israel on Monday. Let's get an update with Noor O'Day, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Tell us about what's been happening today, Noor, and how Israelis are coping with the constant sirens and the new sense of vulnerability far from the northern border.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of questions right now, Foley, about Israel's ability to intercept all of those larger, more modern ballistic missiles from Iran, specifically those with cluster warheads or those that travel at supersonic speed. And this is what we saw today in Safad, in the Upper Galilee, in Rishon LeZion, in areas near the Ben Gurion airport, in the northeast, in the northwest of the country, in Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem and West Jerusalem, in Bet Shemesh, which is near strategic assets in Israel, and on. Damage, debris, fires, damage to property, all because of those missiles, because even when they're intercepted, they create a lot of damage. And this is nerve-wracking for Israelis across Israel, more so for those in the northern communities, Foley, because in addition to sirens from Iranian missiles, they must contend with a raging war front at the north with Hezbollah.
And tell us more about what's been happening on that northern front. Israel has said it's sending additional ground troops into Lebanon. To what end? And is this the beginning of that feared ground operation?
Well, right now, military experts estimate that what the Israeli military is doing is testing the ground, carrying out incursions, engaging Hezbollah fighters in battles, sustaining some injuries among the soldiers in the process. The Israeli cabinet is expected to vote and possibly approve a request by the military for maximum mobilization of the reserves. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of troops, and the push, the narrative in Israeli defense circles is that Israel must take southern Lebanon, everything south of the Litani, now that it's been emptied of its Lebanese population, use it as a buffer zone, as a no-go kill zone, as the Israeli Minister of Finance called it or referred to it. And really the reference, the parallel, Foley, is being used time and again with the Yellow Line in Gaza, that this is the Israeli doctrine. An area outside of the territory of Israel must be used without its population as a buffer zone for Israel to be safe, to restore calm to communities in northern Israel, some of which have already lost half of their population because they fled the sirens, the destruction, and the danger.
Noor, thank you for that. Noor O'Day live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Well, let's discuss these latest developments now in this war with our guests. Joining me here in the studio, Salman Sheikh is a founder of the Sheikh Group, a peace-building organization, and Ross Harrison is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., and the author of a new book titled Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for flying in from Paris and you from Washington. We appreciate your time. Salman, let me start with you and what you make of the Iranian Foreign Ministry and their claims that Israel could be behind some of the attacks in the Gulf region that we've seen in the last 2 weeks or so. They made that claim at the beginning of the conflict. They're doubling down on it. Is that being taken seriously by leaders in this region?
No, I've been speaking extensively to Gulf officials here and elsewhere. There's no real evidence. There's no evidence of that. What there is evidence of are attacks, as I think you've heard the Qatari senior advisor to the Prime Minister say earlier today, very extensive targeting of civilian infrastructure and civilian targets. In fact, the majority are towards that, and these then are despicable acts. They should be condemned, and because we now should be in the realms of international law, they should be condemned as violations of international law.
Well, why do you think the Iranians are saying this right now?
Well, they talked about a smokescreen, didn't they?
Yeah.
So the smokescreen spreads across the region. And in the sort of fog of war, they can make these kinds of claims. But again...
But is it also a way for them to say that, we're still, in a dialogue with Gulf countries? This is not us, this is somebody else. We still want to engage in diplomacy and dialogue with you.
Well, yes, that's the choice of the Gulf countries. Now, there are varying opinions amongst Gulf actors, and we have to be clear about that. But here in Qatar, the Omanis and others, Saudi Arabia is key in all of this. They have made the decision that we will only pursue defensive actions to try and stop what's coming in and still try and pursue dialogue. And I think that's very important. That is where the rest of the world has to rally, not coalitions, military coalitions of naval ships and that to try and secure without agreements. Agreements have to be forged between these Gulf actors and Iran and also the wider international community.
Ross, you've written about Iran. You know this country very well. What do you think are the factors that are shaping the internal calculations right now, and how in sync are is Iran's political leadership with its security apparatus, the security leadership right now?
Yeah, Folly, it's hard to really ascertain exactly how intact the decision-making process is in Tehran and how that interfaces with the security decisions that are being made. But I do think it's important to understand that there is, to some degree, a broad grand strategy here on the part of the Iranians that addresses the fact that they clearly have a disadvantage when they cannot compete militarily with the United States or with Israel. They've had time to prepare for this conflict. They've had decades to prepare for the conflict, but in particular since the June 2025 war. And what they have decided to do and learn from their past is to not attack, yes, they're attacking Israel directly, but what they're trying to do is widen the conflict to the degree so that their opponent, which was the United States, cannot deal effectively with all the contingencies that are facing the United States.
Right.
And that's kind of what's happening. You're seeing the United States sort of scramble for a description of what the objectives are of the war and what the strategy is.
But given that the U.S. and Israel are continuing to heavily bomb Iran, including, multiple Iranian cities like Isfahan, we saw 24 hours ago, what political space, if any, does the Iranian leadership have today to reconsider its current strategy?
Well, I think it's really in a moment where it's going to follow the strategy that we've already seen, which is try to create as much pain, inflict as much pain on us indirectly through our Gulf Arab allies, and with the basic objective of surviving. If they can survive this war and they can recreate deterrence, then they have won. And that'll be the test of their strategy.
Okay, Salman, I want to read to you what we heard earlier from Majid Al-Ansari, the spokesperson of the Qatari Foreign Ministry here in Doha, who was speaking to reporters. He said that Qatar's coordination with Egypt and other Arab countries is part of a broader Arab coordination and should not be interpreted as coordination under the framework of the Joint Arab Defense Agreement. He stated that Qatar has distanced itself from the Iran war, but retains the right to respond to the Iranian attacks on the Gulf country if necessary. What's your reading of this, Qatar distancing itself from the war? What are the Qataris trying to say?
Well, from the start, they don't want to fall into the trap of joining Israel and the United States in what is seen as an illegal war.
But is that a position that's tenable if the Iranian strikes continue?
Well, so far they've shown this strategic patience, and I believe there's still the commitment to that. As I said earlier, there is a debate and a serious discussion going on between Gulf actors, but more than that, what has happened is that they've been helping each other. So the question of armaments, of interceptors, of food coming through, that is all being highly coordinated, as well as, of course, the threat itself. This then still gives them the basis to play that vital role of being interlocutors with the Iranians. The question is, which Iranians? And I think there's quite a debate going on there. This is a new and evolving situation. And also to persuade President Trump, you cannot bomb your way out of this problem. That has to stop because of the impact that it's having on these societies here, but also the broader global economy.
Salman, what is the extent of the coordination with countries like Egypt today and others in this region? And are we going to see a reshuffling of regional alliances as a result of this conflict, perhaps pulling the GCC and the wider region more closely together?
Well, as Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim, the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, said, he's talked about a Gulf Arab NATO. It's quite clear that they have to come together and they have to set a set of alliances around which other international actors. If you look at NATO, for example, that was based on a treaty, that was based on the protection of Europe, but also with external partners. And so I don't think it's a crazy idea now because of the one fundamental thing. The American security umbrella is not impenetrable. In fact, they've noticed how the United States has led this war and has also not been able to protect them. What has been interesting in terms of other actors is the role that Europeans can play. European soldiers and airmen are flying and working side by side with Gulf actors in order to intercept and to stop the kind of attacks that are happening.
Ross, do you agree with that Europe has a bigger role to play here, despite the reservation that some countries have had, in regards to President Trump's calls for this coalition, naval coalition, to protect the Gulf of Hormuz? Do you think there's a role for Europe?
Well, Folly, they certainly have interests here, obviously, in terms of they're getting a higher percentage of their energy from the Middle East, particularly with Russia being mired in the Ukraine war and with energy dynamics having shifted since the 2022 invasion. But I think they're also wary of falling into a trap. That if they, like Salman mentioned, the GCC countries are wary of falling into a trap and responding and going on the offense. I think the Europeans are also quite concerned. They're concerned about NATO, but right now, NATO having been degraded, I think they're quite concerned that actually getting involved at this stage of the war, that it will actually lead them to greater security concerns. But after the war, I agree. I absolutely agree. They have to be part of any kind of security arrangement.
Well, we're not after the war right now. In the immediate, what do you see as what it will take for Iran to consider negotiations once again? Are there discussions, do you think, in Iranian political circles right now? We don't know what's happening between the politics and the military side of things there. Of course, there's been a talk of, perhaps differing views and a differing stance. But is there, what will it take, basically, for Iran to consider stopping the war today? Because they seem to be saying, we're the ones who will decide when this war ends.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a very interesting insight. I think what we see is that the Iranians are concerned about going back to the status quo that existed after the June war. At the end of that war, they agreed to a ceasefire that was basically issued or promulgated by Donald Trump. And they believe that that ceasefire was a trap for them, that at the end of that war, they had lost deterrence. At the end of that war and all the events that occurred after the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. And so they're determined now that when this war ends, that they, number one, will have survived. That's the first. And the second piece is they will have recreated deterrence, inflicted enough pain that the Israelis and the Americans, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, 2 years from now, will think twice about repeating what occurred just a few weeks ago.
My bad. I had a phone call
that
I had to take.
When that will happen and how they will come to that decision is something that's open.
Very briefly, Salman, Qatar says there's no active mediation right now between the US and Iran, despite previous Qatari efforts. Is that really the case, or is there diplomacy going on behind the scenes?
No, there are attempts, but there is no serious diplomacy going on right now. And this is a very critical moment, because if we get still the tit for tat, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz, I'm afraid what you're going to have is fire being met with fire. And then we're into a whole different ballgame. Right now, diplomacy can, but here I would say, to the earlier point, European actors will join if there is an agreement around how you guarantee security in the Strait of Hormuz. And that, of course, will need the Gulf actors, and we'll also need some sort of a dialogue with the Iranians.
Gentlemen, thank you both very much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Very good to get your views on the situation in the region. Salman Sheikh from the Sheikh Group and Ross Harrison from the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Thank you both.
Thank you, Folly.
Thank you.
Well, let's find out more about what European actors are saying. The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not be drawn into a wider war in Iran, but would rather collaborate with allies on a plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Firstly, we are working with others to come up with a credible plan for the Straits of Hormuz to ensure that we can reopen shipping and passage through the strait. Let me be clear. That won't be, and it's never been envisaged to be, a NATO mission. That'll have to be an alliance of partners, which is why we're working with partners both in Europe, in the Gulf, and with the US. It's important that we continue that. It is not straightforward, and you can see that historically when there have been other conflicts that have affected the straits. But I do think that working with others, including the US, is the way to go forward. And I had a perfectly good discussion with President Trump about that.
Richard Guest has more from outside 10 Downing Street in London.
Keir Starmer is under huge pressure from Donald Trump to get stuck into that situation in the Strait of Hormuz, but this morning really it became clear that he would not be sending a British warship anytime soon. into that area to mount patrols. The Prime Minister saying this is not easy, it's a difficult decision to make. He wants to work with a range of partners on creating a viable and a credible plan. And throughout much of what he said this morning, Cyril, in this press conference, it did seem like there was an implicit criticism, really, of Donald Trump. He said that this war should not become a windfall for Vladimir Putin. And that, of course, referencing the fact that Donald Trump has released some of those sanctions on Russian oil temporarily. He said that whilst it's clear that America has weakened Iran, the Prime Minister then went on to question, well, what happens next? And he talked about the personal responsibilities he had in terms of sending troops into the Middle East, the questions he had to ask of himself and would be asked by others. He said it would have to be done.
I'm waiting for
on
Trump
clear legal
pretty much
basis. There would have to be a
come
clear
on.
plan in place. And
I want to
he said, really,
hear
this is not a
what he
NATO
has to
mission.
say.
That perhaps referencing the fact that
Now-
Donald Trump had said in an interview that actually it would not be good for NATO countries if they didn't get involved. So an odd situation for the Prime Minister here, playing very much more to a domestic audience in this press conference. And he was talking about the cost of living crisis, the things that the government were trying to do to offset some of these rises we're seeing because of the conflict.
And Germany's defense minister
Got it. Let's go.
by the US president
Let's go.
against Iran. He dismissed Donald Trump's threats that refusing to get involved will be detrimental to NATO.
Was erwartet
And you
die
know
Welt?
what?
Was erwartet?
What does the
Just
world
do
expect?
that.
What does Donald Trump expect from, let's say, a handful of European frigates in the Strait of Hormuz that the powerful American Navy cannot accomplish there alone? That's the question I ask myself. And before we make a decision outside of NATO territory, by the way, we would need both an international framework and a mandate from the German parliament. I would think about that very carefully before we take that step, and I see absolutely no reason to do so. It's not our war. We didn't start it. We want diplomatic solutions and a swift end.
Joining us to discuss the European stance further now is James Moran, who's a former EU diplomat who served as a European ambassador in the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador Moran. So a strong stance there from Germany and the UK also, but are Europeans all going to be speaking in one voice in the face of this threat from President Trump that NATO faces a very bad future if allies don't help reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Are they on the same page?
Well, good afternoon to you and your viewers. Yeah, I think both Prime Minister Starmer and Defense Minister Pistorius have put their finger on something here. There is an overwhelming view in the European Union that this is an illegal war of choice on the part of Israel and the United States, and Europe should have absolutely nothing to do with it, at least so far as offensive actions are concerned. And I think there's very, very strong consensus for that in the mainstream of European Union thinking. On the other hand, Europe is paying the highest price for the threats against the Strait of Hormuz. And Putin, who is the main adversary for Europe, is getting most of the benefit in terms of higher oil prices. So a lot of talk here now, and it's going on today here at a meeting of European foreign ministers about how Europe could possibly contribute to protecting the Straits of Hormuz. The problem is how to do that strictly defensively and not get dragged in, as Prime Minister Starmer was saying, I think earlier, not getting dragged into a war of aggression.
And yeah, and exactly. And how is this going to play out between member states that are more Atlantist and hawkish, like Poland or the Baltics, and those who are more cautious about another U.S. Military engagement in the Middle East, like Germany and Spain, for example?
Yeah, we'll see later on this afternoon. But I think that for the time being, it will mainly be about talking rather than walking. There is the possibility in the longer term, once the hot war is dialed down, of European ships being deployed to the area. There is the Operation Aspides, currently in the Red Sea, which is there to protect European shipping against attacks from the Houthis. I'm not sure whether militarily it will be appropriate so far as Hormuz is concerned, but things like that will be featuring in discussions right now. But it's pretty unlikely that there will be a clear decision now for Europe to join in. And I think we'll have to wait a bit for the war to move on to the next phase before we will see that.
But how do you see Europe getting involved? in the future, if it was to get involved? What form would that involvement take?
Well, I think that there is a possibility, if there were to be a proper international framework within which to operate, and it's not NATO for sure, it's way out of NATO's territory, it's way outside of NATO's mandate. But if there could be an arrangement perhaps of the sort that we saw in the Black Sea at the earlier days of the Ukraine war, when under the United Nations and the European Union and others, the export of Ukrainian grain was secured against attack back then. Something like that might prove to be a model, but not right now. It seems that the war is far too hot. We don't know where we're heading in this war. We'll have to wait and see. You say this would be outside of NATO's mandate, but when President Trump says NATO faces a very bad future if allies don't help reopen the Strait of Hormuz, does NATO not have a choice but get involved? Look, I think it's very often the case that Mr. Trump confuses things, and he's confusing things here. This has nothing to do with NATO. This operation is, as I said, an illegal war of choice launched by Israel, certainly not a member of NATO, and the United States. It's way outside of NATO's purview. You'd never get consensus in NATO for it to be involved, but individually, European nations may well eventually become involved, given that their interests are at stake. Ambassador Moran, thank you so much for sharing your views with us. Thank you for joining us on Al Jazeera. James Moran, former EU diplomat, joining us from Brussels. Thank you. Thank you. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. A reminder of the latest developments in Israel's U.S. war on Iran. The Strait of Hormuz is close to our enemies, the words of the Iranian foreign minister, as the war between his country and the U.S. and Israel enters its third week. The disruption of the vital shipping passage continues to cause chaos in energy markets. The UK's Prime Minister, EU leaders and Japan have refused to commit to President Trump's calls to send military ships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And Germany says it is concerned by the developments in the region and in Lebanon in particular, and has warned that a major Israeli ground offensive would significantly worsen the already tense humanitarian situation in the region. The Israeli military says it's begun ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. There's already been fierce fighting in the town of Qiyam. Zina Khodr reports from Beirut.
Sounds of conflict. South Lebanon is a battleground. Israel's military is advancing.
The Israeli forces have begun a ground operation in Lebanon to eliminate threats and protect the residents of the Galilee and the north. The hundreds of thousands of Shiite residents of southern Lebanon who've been and are being evacuated from their homes will not return to their homes south of the Litani River until the security of the residents of the north is guaranteed.
Lebanon says Israel is trying to expand its occupation of territory. Hezbollah is pushing back with the heaviest fighting concentrated around Qiyam, a town along the border. It's strategic high ground and on an important road junction, a gateway to advance to the Litani River, which at this corner is a few kilometers away. The river runs across southern Lebanon, and the Israeli military has treated it as a natural defensive line in previous conflicts with Hezbollah. And it believes controlling territory south of it makes it harder for the group to threaten Israel. They've ordered everyone south and north of the Litani to leave their homes. Those who stay are coming under Israeli fire, including paramedics. They too are being killed and their centers destroyed.
The Israeli occupation has unfortunately been claiming ambulances were being used for non-medical purposes. We affirm this is unjustified. These vehicles are transporting the wounded and the sick, and these nurses, doctors and paramedics aren't going in those vehicles with their own lives at risk. All international laws and the Geneva Conventions protect these vehicles, yet they are being targeted.
The war is in its third week, and there's no window for diplomacy to end the hostilities that have killed hundreds of people and displaced nearly 1 million.
Israel has rejected Lebanon's offer to hold direct talks, saying the government must first stop Hezbollah's attacks. But Lebanon is not speaking in one voice. Speaker of Parliament Nabi Berri, who, like Hezbollah, represents the Shia community, says there can't be negotiations while Israel's strikes continue. In other words, no negotiations under fire. In a country like Lebanon, which is divided along sectarian lines, when there is no internal consensus, there is the risk of strife.
Hezbollah remains defiant, launching rockets and drones into northern Israel. It says it is ready for a prolonged war, but it's not clear how long it can sustain this fight after losing its supply line from Iran. Israeli forces have not indicated how far they will try to advance. They once controlled a buffer zone up to the Litani River before withdrawing in 2000. But this latest battle is only beginning to take shape. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, speaking earlier on Air Force One, U.S. President Donald Trump has said China should be responsible for managing the Strait of Hormuz.
China's an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by far. They get a lot, about 90% through the strait. So I said, would you like to come in? And we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why aren't we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why are they doing it? Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries do it. And yet for years, it's like, for years we've been maintaining it.
Well, Beijing imports between 40 to 50% of its oil from the Middle East, including roughly 14% from Iran, and about 30% of its liquefied natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Katrina Yu has more from Beijing.
China is the world's biggest importer of crude oil, and about half of its seaborne shipments pass through the Strait of Hormuz, leaving it extremely vulnerable to any disruption there. Now, there are some reports that some Chinese ships are still being allowed to pass through the strait, but that is very few, and it won't replace the normal 6 to 7 million barrels of oil that China gets through there. Now, China isn't completely unprepared for this disruption. It has in recent months been building up its vast supplies of, or strategic reserve of oil. It has an estimated 1.2 billion barrels of crude oil, which equals about 115 days worth of imports. China also has existing oil piped through from Central Asia as well as Russia, so it could increase those flows or look further afield for more oil stocks, potentially from Brazil or from Angola. At home, China has also been trying to stockpile its energy resources. It's instructed refiners to limit its exports of gasoline as well as diesel, and also raise price caps on petrol. In the long term, China is also trying to increase its energy resources from renewable energy and lessen its reliance on oil, but that's going to take some time. Overall, China has a number of measures in place to buy itself time, and it's hoping that this conflict in Iran will wind down sooner than later, but it's for sure that it will struggle to really permanently replace the sources of oil or energy it gets from the Middle East, especially in the short term. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
While the war in Iran is threatening Dubai's reputation as a safe global financial and tourism hub, more than 1,800 Iranian missiles and drones have targeted the UAE, with most of the attacks aimed at Dubai. The city's stock market has fallen by 21%, while the real estate index has roughly lost 1/3 of its value so far. Thousands of flights have been cancelled on or near Dubai International Airport. Last year, the airport handled about 95 million passengers, but traffic has now dropped to less than half of its normal level. And more than 80,000 hotel and short-term rental bookings have been cancelled, costing the city billions in lost revenue. Well, we spoke earlier to Giorgio Cafiero, who's the CEO of Gulf State Analytics. He says Iran's attacks on the UAE are damaging for brand Dubai.
For decades, the image and the reputation of Dubai as an extremely safe city and as a very stable and prosperous part of the Middle East has been so important to the reputation of Dubai that has contributed to it becoming such a popular tourist destination, a city that attracts so much investment and has been such a hub in the international economy. there's no doubt that all of these missile and drone attacks against Dubai and other parts of the UAE have done a lot to really undermine that image. I think the question is, when this war ends, what will the UAE be able to do to sort of restore that image and to rebuild that brand? I think the longer the war goes on, it's going to be more difficult. But at least in the interim, I think the UAE is trying to really focus on its message about having an economy that's very resilient. I think that the UAE's position in the Israeli normalization camp has quite a bit to do with this. I think Tehran has obviously seen the Abraham Accords as a huge threat, really seeing the UAE as a country responsible for the Israeli footprint in the Gulf region. And Iran definitely sees the UAE-Israel relationship as a
We gotta
great
find this Trump
menace
interview.
to the
I'm doing
Islamic
something else
Republic.
too. I'm
This,
I'm kind
to
of
be clear, it's
preoccupied.
beyond just recognizing Israel and having embassies and consulates that are open. It's also about intelligence sharing, military cooperation. It's really those defense and security dimensions to the relationship, much more than just simply a diplomatic relationship that Tehran sees as such a huge threat.
The war has taken its toll on citizens across Iran. Small business owner Farhad Sharifi has seen his income affected severely. His family and many others in the Iranian capital, Tehran, have been forced to adapt to a new way of living.
Since the day the war started, our mall has been completely closed. When the mall is closed, it means the shops are closed. When the shops are closed, we can no longer go to work. And even if we want to go, it's of no benefit. No one comes for mobile phones in these conditions. We don't have an income for now. We are using our savings. And every morning when I wake up, I start playing games with my kids. Now, either we go to the parking area or stay at home. We play together until the end of the evening when we want to sleep. Sometimes we check the news to see what has happened.
We're not afraid because we've already experienced the 12-day war and the 8 years of the Iran-Iraq war. Life must go on. Whatever situation arises, we have to deal with it.
Whenever a strike happens, I tell my own child it's just thunder, but they understand that I'm not telling the truth. When I say it's thunder and the sound of the strike comes, they ask from the window, "Well, Dad, where's the rain? Why isn't it raining?" Their reaction is usually like this. But we don't want to give the child too much stress in these conditions, and we don't want the danger to leave a mark on their mind.
Personally, I would like a ceasefire, and it has always been my prayer that people reach peace, return to their homes and their own lives. And since the Iranian New Year is ahead of us, I truly hope it will not be a year of war, that it will be peaceful, and that people can return to the normal course of their lives.
I found it.
Let's now take a look at some of the day's other news. And Russia's overnight attacks on Ukraine have killed at least 3 people across the country. Officials in Zaporizhzhia say 1 woman was killed and 3 others wounded. Ukraine's Air Force says Moscow has stepped up long-range drone and missile attacks in recent months, mainly targeting energy facilities. In Gaza, at least 12 Palestinians, including a pregnant woman and a child, have been killed in Israeli air attacks across the center of the Strip. The attacks hit a home in the Nuseirat refugee camp and a vehicle carrying police officers. Israeli strikes have continued across Gaza despite the U.S.-brokered ceasefire. Official figures say more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since the truce took effect in October. Now, with Gaza's power grid largely destroyed in Israel's war, Palestinians have turned rooftops and tent poles into lifelines. Solar panels now power phones, charge batteries, and provide a few hours of light after sunset. But these fragile alternatives are themselves under threat, as Hani Mahmoud reports from Gaza City.
Gaza only power plant has been repeatedly damaged and forced to shut down, largely due to fuel shortages. Much of the electricity transmission network has also been destroyed, leaving most of the Strip without a grid power for months. For many families, electricity is no longer a service, it's a daily struggle. In the absence of a grid power, solar panels have become the primary alternative. They are used to charge mobile phones for communication and emergency alerts. to power small lights inside tents and damaged homes, and to recharge batteries for medical devices and basic appliances. But supply cannot meet demand.
في إقبال لأنه أساساً فيش كهرباء موجودة في غزة نهائياً.
There is high demand for the charging station because there is basically no electricity in Gaza. Anyone who has access mostly relies on solar energy. It's the only source available. Of course, during bad weather though, there is no solar power. As for the commercial generators, they are extremely expensive. 1 kilowatt costs around $8.
Residents also report Israeli strikes targeting rooftops with solar panels. Others say panels have been damaged by shrapnels and blast waves. Israel says it targets militant infrastructure. But families here say civilian energy sources are increasingly vulnerable. Even when panels remain intact, they depend entirely on sunlight. Storms, dust, rain, and heavy cloud cover sharply reduced output, cutting families off from light, communication, aid coordination, and news.
This iron consumes a lot of electricity. Right now, there are no other solutions. The situation is so difficult. Fuel prices are so high, the power plant is shut down, and we simply don't know what to do.
Without stable electricity, workshops close, refrigeration fails, medical equipment struggle to operate. In Gaza today, access to power is measured in minutes, not hours. And for many, even those minutes are no longer guaranteed. When Gaza lost electricity, it turns to the sun. But even now, this is not certain. Solar panels, once a symbol of resilience, are being damaged or destroyed. And when the clouds gather, darkness takes over completely. In today's Gaza, access to power means access to life. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
The conflict in Sudan has seen an increase in the use of drones as the war approaches its fourth year. Recent fighting has been mostly focused around the southern Kordofan region. The use of drones has led to more civilian deaths. Hiba Morgan reports from Khartoum.
This video, released by the Sudanese army, shows a drone strike on the Rapid Support Forces air defense system in West Kordofan state last month. And here, plumes of smoke rises after an RSF drone strike on an army position in the city of Delenj in South Kordofan. Drones have become a major part of the war between the Sudanese army and paramilitary RSF in the past year. From drones that explode upon contact to strategic drones used for surveillance and strikes. Here, this army soldier says they've shot down an RSF drone in Al-Lubaid in North Kordofan. The use of drones has allowed for each side to inflict losses on the other with minimal loss to their own forces. The use of drones has reshaped the conflict, which started as an urban warfare in the capital Khartoum. The front line, once marked by where fighters were and where confrontations happened, has now become blurred, with drone strikes targeting not only military targets, but schools, hospitals, and service facilities. Earlier this month, an RSF drone strike hit a school and a hospital in North Kordofan state, killing at least 17 people, according to local authorities. And army strikes on RSF-controlled West Kordofan has killed at least 150 people, according to the UN, which says more than 200 people have died in drone strikes this month alone. That brings the total from the start of the year to more than 500 people killed in drone strikes. Many more have been injured. And with both sides determined to gain control of more and more territory in Sudan's western and southern regions, civilians who've been caught up in the conflict that's nearing its fourth year continue to lose their lives. Hiba Morgan, Al Jazeera, Khartoum.
Myanmar's parliament has convened for the first time since a military coup 5 years ago. The lower house has held its regular session. The military says this marks one of the final steps in a return to democracy after this year's elections. But many in Myanmar say those polls were deeply flawed and millions of people remain disenfranchised. Others are still committed to the armed struggle against the military, including a former monk who gave up his monastic robes for combat fatigues.
My name is Comrade Seado. I am a fighter from the Royal Peacock Column. I became a novice monk when I was 9 years old and was ordained as a fully fledged monk at the age of 20. During the military coup, I heard that the military junta violently cracked down on protesters using RPGs and machine guns. They bury and cremated people who were still alive and injured. I made the decision that I had to revolt against the military. If fighter jets or artillery are in the area,
Oh, let's go. I'm just accomplishing stuff all day. Let's go.
underground bankers. Because underground bankers are the safest place. I have no internal conflict in my mind. As a citizen, I must take responsibility for my country. I must do what is right for the nation. The military junta shows no mercy and acts inhumanely toward the people. So, I will not hesitate to fight them whenever necessary.
Booming demand for artificial intelligence is pushing up the cost of memory chips and consumer electronics worldwide. Now, tensions in the Middle East are adding another layer of pressure, raising the cost of manufacturing semiconductors in Taiwan. Patrick Falk reports from Taipei.
At Guanghua Digital Plaza in central Taipei, computer repair shops have been grappling with surging prices for memory and other components. Some modules have increased by as much as 500% in just a few months.
All right, nice.
Shop owner Po Chuan Chen says he's had to update prices almost every day.
If prices keep going up, consumers may simply stop accepting it. Even if they urgently need it, they might still refuse to pay.
The AI boom is diverting manufacturers towards high-end server chips where profit margins are higher.
Oh, we're good.
But it's leaving fewer standard chips for
All right,
personal
I got
devices.
that done, All right,
Now, the industry faces a second challenge.
We're accomplishing some stuff.
Semiconductor factories use a lot of energy. Rising oil and gas prices linked to war in the Middle East are increasing electricity costs for chip makers. Taiwan manufactures most of the world's advanced processors for consumer laptops and smartphones, and so when costs rise here, it quickly ripples through the global electronics market.
That. All right, that was actually big right there. What I just did, I just had to really focus on it. All right, let's go get some food. Let's see these contracts.
Production
all right, let's go get some food.
on specialized materials,
all right,
including
it was a great day so far.
Cool and stabilize
I'll be back.
Taiwan's supply is imported from the Middle East.
Let me meet this, and I gotta find Trump.
For now, but shop owners warn the long-term effects could be significant.
Business will definitely keep going down. The question is how long this will take. Right now, the impact hasn't fully shown, but maybe in 2 months.
Even before the Iran crisis, analysts were predicting a double-digit slowdown in global PC and smartphone sales this year. Rising costs linked to the conflict could deter even more consumers from such purchases. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Taipei.
A cleanup operation is underway in Kenya after widespread flooding. At least 66 people have now been confirmed dead, with 12,000 others displaced. Half of those who died have been in Nairobi, the capital, where poor drainage has been a long-running issue. South African exporters are worried about fruit shipments that have been stuck at sea because of the Iran war. Farmers are watching developments closely as disruptions to shipping routes bring upheaval and uncertainty for one of the world's largest fruit exporters. Al Jazeera's Famida Miller reports from Cape Town.
The Middle East represents a $1.3 billion market for South African fruit growers. But weeks of tension brought on by Israel and the United States war in Iran means a lot of uncertainty. 90% of the fruit sent to the region by ship has been disrupted.
We actually have a direct service to the port of Jebel Ali, which is the main hub there. It's a duty-free port as well, which is actually special economic zone. So it's very good from our point of view. The goods arrive there duty-free. That's their big. Unfortunately, the port of Jebel Ali has been attacked as well. I don't think it's fully operational. So that is a major, major concern.
While the Jebel Ali port in the UAE was reopened after services were briefly suspended, the unpredictability for exporters remains, and the restrictions on oil exports from that region is having an effect.
Some of our export clients has indicated that there is an increase in transport cost. They're also struggling to reach certain markets, so the impact is cost at the moment, and market access seems to be more difficult.
Some produce that was shipped before the conflict is stuck at sea. Exporters say some shipping lines are not taking bookings for fruit that's now piling up.
What we're trying to do is we've diverted some of the fruit via India, some of it via Oman, some of it via Sri Lanka, but it's chaotic basically at the moment.
But diverting the produce is not always possible.
Fruit is packed according to the regulations at its final destination. So it's not always possible to divert shipments destined for the Middle East because a new destination may have different requirements.
Some of the fruit is returned to South Africa, but the local market can't absorb all of the produce. While the citrus industry is preparing to harvest and ship tons of fruit that is meant for the Middle East, there is worry about escalating costs and what comes next for a region that accounts for about 20% of South Africa's agricultural exports. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
Stay with us on Al Jazeera. Coming up, we're expecting to hear from U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. We'll go live when it happens.
The latest news as it breaks.
The war has even split Trump's MAGA base, with some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors and bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza. The same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera.
That's because the whole stadium's air-conditioned.
Wherever you
the
are.
seats, down to the pitch. Fans didn't give former Spanish international Xavi.
It's at RSB Network. Meantime, of course, later this week, specifically on Wednesday, all eyes will be on the Save America Act on that Senate floor. So the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, saying there will be a no-talking filibuster, which still might mean there will be a silent filibuster. At the end of the day, President Trump and Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville calling for the filibuster to be nuked in this situation in order to save America, to have photo ID, and also to have proof of citizenship. This is all for federal elections and voting. And then on top of that, no mail-in ballots except for a few other items like military or medical, that kind of thing. So we're going to see what happens on Wednesday. Now, in that interview with Seth Keshel, he brought up a great point that if for some reason the filibuster's not nuked or the Save America Act doesn't pass, then we have to shift our attention, he says, to the states, for the states to step up and do the right thing within this framework. But that's We're not at that point yet. We still have to see if this is going to pass on Wednesday. Again, that's one of the major stories we're tracking, and we're going to obviously keep our eye on Operation Epic Fury in the Middle East and any other, stories that are happening out there in that 24/7 news cycle. Let's go to a few of our sponsors as we await the president there at the White House. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy. You see it right there. You need a pharmacy that actually supports your medical freedom, and one that works smarter, not harder. And you can forget about doctor visits, long pharmacy lines, or dealing with insurance approvals. That system specifically, is slow and frustrating and outdated, but one pharmacy is doing that in a better way, and it's All Family Pharmacy. You simply go online, you choose the medications you need, you fill out a quick medical form, and a licensed doctor reviews your request. And if appropriate, then they'll provide that prescription and your order will ship directly to your door. So you can stock up on a ton of essentials like antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, mebendazole, NAD+, and more than 300 other prescription medications that families rely on across our country every day. So if you believe in being prepared and having access to the medications you need, this is one of the smartest moves you can make within this industry. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, 10% off RSBN10, that promo code. Great to see our sponsor right there, All Family Pharmacy, as we're 3 minutes past the top of the hour, awaiting that press conference there at the White House. Let's go to Birch Gold Group. If you think about this, in 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at spot price. And at today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth about $165,000. So smart Americans are diversifying a portion of their savings into precious metals. And that's why you might want to consider buying from our friends at Birch Gold Group. And we know that for thousands of years, gold has simply been a store of wealth. And today it's a crucial part of any balanced financial strategy. Even better, Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered retirement account in gold. All you have to do to get the ball rolling is texting Trump to that number you see on the screen there, 989898. You'll get that free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. And they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. So you can let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Text Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. All right, we are awaiting that press conference. It is 11:04 Central Time, 12:04 on the East Coast. And thanks so much for live streaming in on those specific time zones. Of course, the Mountain Time Zone and the Pacific Time Zone. I hope everybody's enjoying a little bit more sunlight later in the day. There's a lot of serious things going on in the world. Outside of that, of course, we have Operation Epic Fury. We have the Save America Act. We have a number of stories that we're following and tracking and reporting on and monitoring here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And it's great to be a part of conservative media at the end of the day on the right side of history, really sharing information with you and not holding back. I mean, if you've looked at our broadcasts, we cover all sorts of stories here at the network, and great to do that because that's really what our job is, to be on the side of freedom and truth and the American way and we the people. So let's go with some more information about the Save America Act as for nuking the filibuster. So the nuclear option happened twice in history, in 2013 and in 2017 for nominations, but never in the legislative process for a bill. So we've never seen it happen in our country, the nuking of the filibuster, unless it was in 2013 and 2017 for nominations, not for legislative. So the option is, according to President Trump, according to the gubernatorial candidate in Alabama, Senator Tommy Tuberville, is to nuke the filibuster altogether. Because according to Grok, which you verify the sources once they say things like Grok, but what's expected on Wednesday is the standard silent filibuster. So this is, if you remember, there's a no talking filibuster, that according to the Senate Majority Leader John Thune. So what's expected is possibly the standard silent filibuster. So instead, the bill is likely to encounter the modern silent filibuster, where Democrats can block it by denying the 60 votes required for cloture, which is ending debate, without needing to speak on the floor. So Republicans plan to bring it up for a vote, according to Grok again, primarily to put Democrats on record opposing it rather than escalating it to a grueling public talking filibuster that could tie up the Senate for days. So that's just one angle. Is that exactly what's going to happen? Again, there's a lot of analysis out there about that. So I'm just sharing with you what we've been seeing. But really, when it comes to saving the country, saving America, as President Trump so rightly called this act, the Save America Act, saving America really shouldn't be up for debate. This is something that should be passed. It's pretty simple stuff. Nuke the filibuster in this situation. You have to have, one of the major things in our country is voting. How about, what's more important than that other than the Constitution? And on top of that, preserving the United States Constitution through having the right people in the sense of the citizens of our country voting for our federal elections. We really should have that happen. There should be no rigging of elections. There should be none of that going on. None of the shenanigans, as they say. And we can really take a huge step towards election security, election integrity. We've heard Mike Lindell, we've heard Seth Keshel, we've heard many great people out there. There are many great organizations, Precinct Strategy, Steve Stern, others. A lot of people out there, grassroots, you know, because you got to do something. And I think that's what's great about a lot of what's happening in our country right now is people want to do something. You don't want to sit back and just let it all play out, because there's a mindset with that. If you let it all play out and you think it's just up to God to save the country, we can go down a rabbit hole of discussion there. We have an ability here to vote. We have an ability to fight for our freedoms through prayer, voting, hard work, all the things. Yes, of course, it'd be great if God intervenes in a lot of ways, but think about this. If none of us went to the polls in 2024 and we said, oh, God's going to take care of it, and this is not anti-God, trust me, but if we all said we're not going to vote in 2024, God will take care of it, it wouldn't have worked. We had to do our part. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So let's just keep on keeping on here. Let's really speak up about this, the Save America Act, but also, again, if you're just joining us, Seth Keshel, the election expert, just was speaking with him on a interview that will be airing maybe after this press conference or in the near future, was saying if it does fail, the Save America Act, then we have to go and push on the states to do the right thing when it comes to all of this. So we'll see what happens. We're tracking the stories here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Meantime, I think we have a map that we can show on the split screen possibly. And there it is. All right, so what we have here, of course, are the memorials that are out there, the national memorials, the statues of, obviously, you have President Lincoln and the Lincoln Memorial, you have the Jefferson Memorial, of the Washington Monument, you have the civil rights leader, MLK Jr. It's right next to or across from the Jefferson Memorial, and rightly so. Civil rights leader MLK Jr., President Washington, President Lincoln, President Jefferson. And I posted on Truth Social and X the following. I also think that President John F. Kennedy and the free speech leader, Charlie Kirk, should have standalone in Washington, D.C., a statue or a national memorial, just like we see one for President Lincoln. For JFK, we should have one for him. That's just my opinion. You can agree or disagree. It's all good. We have freedom of speech, right? And then the other thing is, just like MLK Jr., the civil rights leader, what an awesome speech that was right there near that Lincoln Memorial. Well, Charlie Kirk should have a memorial there as well. It's about the truth in that context, not about anything else. So if you'd like to respond, go ahead and follow me on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez, or on X at Matthew US Media. Share in the replies of that post that I put out there. I felt strongly about this. My family and I were just driving the other day, and we saw the MLK Jr. expressway, and I'm like, that's awesome. You know, civil rights leader, perfect, great. But I thought to myself, man, as time goes on, that we lost the late, great Charlie Kirk. Why can't we have a Charlie Kirk memorial in D.C., just like there's an MLK one, just like for the presidents, for having one for John F. Kennedy as well? If you look it up, there is no national memorial in the District of Columbia for John F. Kennedy? There should be. And there should be one for Charlie Kirk. Do you agree? If you don't, it's all good. We're just talking here. All right, 12/11, Monday, March 16th. Again, let's go to a couple of our sponsors as we await the President of the United States. And we also interviewed Summer Lane, the great conservative journalist, earlier out of California. We'll get to that after the press conference. But let's go to Rumble Wallet there, as you see. You may have seen the conversations happening online lately. Censorship, unfortunately, is back, and it's happening everywhere. Platforms are controlling narratives and pushing the stuff they want us to see. So we need to fight back in that information and financial area. Rumble is one of the only companies that actually has stood the test of time and deserves our support, because on one side, Rumble is challenging big tech censorship, but on the other side, they have introduced something that will give us protection from the big banks shutting us off. So as some of you know, banks can actually cancel our accounts or freeze our cards, but Rumble has launched Rumble Wallet, a wallet that no one can cancel, a wallet that supporters can use to instantly tip creators like us and others out there without the middleman taking any cuts. So there's a lot there with Rumble Wallet. So check it all out. Rumble Wallet, wallet.rumble.com, or you can search your app stores there for Rumble Wallet. So let's also go to kalshi.com. As you see there, /RSBN. There's a ton of great new topics out there that people are betting on, trading on, and just checking out various polls as well. I believe I have a few of those here. How about the Fed decision in March? There's a question there that's trending. Who will attend the Oscars? I'm sure some of you don't care about that one. Number 3, what will Trump say during his news conference? Okay, so this is what's happening right now, and this is an active thing going on. More than 1 million people on kalshi.com/RSBN. People are literally putting money on the line for this, whether you're for gambling, against gambling, it's none of that. It's just, this is what people are doing out there. And also you can check out your polling as well. A lot of people just do that too. They just say, what's Kalshi saying about this? Because a lot of people get involved with this company. Again, what will Trump say during his press conference? Epic fury is one of the things. 63% of people say that's what's going to happen. How about for the 2026 primaries? How many House Republicans will lose their primary this year? How many Senate Republicans will lose their primary this year? Same thing with the Democrats with their primary. So, we'll see what happens. We're just tracking it, as you can too. kalshi.com/RSBN. Great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to Washington, D.C. right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Please, Susie. No place like the White House. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Right, Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately, constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're war-fighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones, and that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. And it's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Karg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but that we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes' notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor. Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because when, and I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check. About a year before the World Trade Center then came down, President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it, unfortunately. I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood. I mean, you know, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great, we're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation, and that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well, but we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that, and it's been a great relationship, and more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're getting we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time, numbers that they've never been able to do. We'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million. And the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany. He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany. And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers. And when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, "Who's the one that leaked this?" And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good. And during this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it, because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we first took it over, I didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it, had to turn it around, because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do, unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex. It was destroyed by Jerome Too Late Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third grade student would know that. But that's a terrible thing. But what I do is build. I build great stuff. And what we're going to do is, right outside. In fact, if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtains? If you want to look into a nice foundation and you want to see a lot of work, very deep, very, very deep for specific reasons, we have a magnificent ballroom being built, because this is the biggest room, and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the people occupying it, in particular, every president for 150 years, has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail room, and this whole floor will end up being a cocktail room for the cocktail area, or pre-area for the ballroom before dinners. So we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent. But when it rains, the lawn is very low. And you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy, wet land. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have, as an example, the king of the UK, I would say king of England, who's a great guy. He's coming in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or 5 inches over their shoes. This was not good. And it rained a lot. So we're building, finally, because I do that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that, zero. It's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget. We're having it under budget, other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and stones that are incredible. But it'll be something really spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's over there. He built a spectacular building, and he knows Trump builds a spectacular building. I build better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, and thank you both for being here. Andrea's on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, "Do you think I could come?" She didn't have to accept that, She could have said no. But Bob said, "I would like to come." So, Bob, we will not let you vote, although his vote would be a good vote. He will vote for the proper thing. but it's good to have you both here. These are two great couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building. They know how to do it. So thank you, Steve, very much. But we've made incredible strides over the past year. If you remember, I said I want to run it for a year just to see, because the place is falling down. It's horrible. Air conditioning, heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and it needs new. It's old. It's, how many years is it, Rick? What's the total? 50, almost, yeah, over 50. And we have 50-year-old air conditioning, more than that actually, and it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than, you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good, and they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, et cetera. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location, and it will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold, and we turned it into a very expensively painted white, very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone over the top of it. And the color is white, shiny white, and it looks, a lot of people have commented, it looks so much better. Before they had the steel painted gold, and the gold was very cheap. There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You either gold leaf it or use real gold bullion, or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. A little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's never been a paint. I said, someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use gold leaf. Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They looked cheap and they looked fake. Very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we painted them white. Before we painted them matte, very importantly, we structuralized them. We replaced a bad steel that was very badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building. And we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, but you really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for your next venture, because he really was, there was a story he got fired. He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else, and Matt now is going to take over, and he's a pro at construction, great at construction, and I think Matt would like to run the facility too. He's fallen in love with it, and I think he'd do a good job. But if I don't think he will do a good job, I'll say, Matt, you're fired. I'm getting somebody else. So you're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So anyway, I learned from you. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, you know, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work, and if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's, it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
Right. So, long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
He actually called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" "Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible." He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, "That's bad. Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote." But he really said, "Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you, and however long I live," I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, "Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end."
He's an extraordinary
man.
But
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible, and they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the 2 doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, "Sir, I think he'll be fine." I said, "You got to be kidding." He said, "I think he'll be fine." And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second, all right? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff, and she's an amazing person, an amazing fighter, and she announced a a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. Good shape for, he'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis, you probably saw it. And she's going to take care of it immediately, as opposed to waiting. She said, let's do it now. I said, do it immediately. Because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So,
thank you, sir.
But who needs it, right?
That's right.
Who needs it? So before we took over, just a year ago, the legendary, this wonderful place was on the verge of, literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. And we had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible. And they had a budget deficit of about $26 million minimum. Owed a lot of money, were out borrowing money, which is a lot of people don't understand. So under the leadership of this exceptionally talented and rich board, it's a very rich board, not everybody, but most of you are loaded. Ike Perlmutter's got so much money. Look at Ike Perlmutter. He ended up being the largest owner of Disney. Started with, was it $100 or less? It was a little less, Ike, right? He didn't speak English, and he became the largest owner of Disney. Right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like Mickey Mouse being woke, right, Ike? But he's one of the most brilliant business people. Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board, though, right, Lori? What's with these husbands? All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened.
I'm back.
Boy, oh boy, what great relationships.
Right now.
My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. The biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You want to see the White House because it's a special building. But thank you. And congratulations on an amazing career. Most people don't know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter. And started with nothing and built a vast fortune just by deal after deal. Did you ever have a bad deal, Ike? Which was that? Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say no. He says one. And it couldn't have been very bad. Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous management left us a facility in very bad condition. Abysmal is the word, and everything from busting pipes and leaks to serious electrical and structural problems. and some of it we fixed, but most of it we're saving for during the construction period because we'll do a much better job of it that way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party, and then after that we close or we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined, it's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details, but I think everybody agrees. But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high-quality, really high-quality construction. We've already purchased seating, as an example. We've already purchased a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. It takes a long time. It comes from areas where it takes a long time to mine, and we're getting some of the best things you can. The marble is going to be incredible. The seats that we have, the seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and of a much higher quality. As an example, it's hard to show Shakespeare when you don't have any seats. As the seats are being changed, it's not exactly a great experience for people. So the right way to do it is just close it and fix it and open it. We'll begin right after, as I said, July 4th celebration. And thanks to the great, big, beautiful bill, we are fully funded, ready to go. And we have tremendous amounts of money coming in from some people around the table, but also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions toward the Trump Kennedy Center. People that have never given to it before and would never have given it except I asked them to give. So, Rick, I thank you very much for the job that you've done, and I'm delighted that you really are. You did a great job. It was a little rough with a couple of the people, but that's okay. They've survived. Some of the artists, they took a pounding from Rick. It's almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. He knows what it is to pound people. Right, Ike? Anthony knows. Anthony's another great. You're not on the board either, Anthony. You're here with your wife? Oh, what's going on here? The most successful people, they're all here with their wives. I'm looking around. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks, and he sold his company for billions of dollars. And you're here, Anthony? He's a member of one of my clubs, and all he has is cash. He said, I have a big problem, sir. What? I don't know how to invest my cash. Most people have a problem. They don't have any cash, right? Anyway, thank you, Anthony. You're the greatest. So all of these people have done so much, and they've done so much to help. And, Matt, I'm here to a certain extent to wish you good luck with everything and to introduce you to the board. Many of the board know because Matt's been running a lot of the initial construction and planning, and going to be assuming the role of Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director, where he'll lead a construction crew for a big crew, by the way, because it needs a lot of work, for the next 2 years in preparation for the grand reopening. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very special. We're doing a lot of special things. We have a lot of things happening. We have at the front of the White House on June 14th, you probably read, UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building literally a stadium, a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. And they're going to have about 100,000 people in the park right across the street, where he's building, I believe, 8 massive screens for people to watch, all free, for people to watch. It's June 14th, happens to be my birthday, and that was only by happenstance. It was not planned that way, but it's a Sunday night, which they never did. Sunday night's super prime time. It's going to be broadcast on CBS, which is the Ellison family, two great people. Great people. It's a great family. And it's going to be a tremendous event. And we have Roger Penske is going to have IndyCar here. We're going to have a race around the Capitol. That's going to be in August. So we have that. And we have a tremendous number of things. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have the 250. And as you know, I was responsible for getting the Olympics. Actually, Bob Kraft helped me. And he helped me with the World Cup, too. You were very good. Who could be better, right? But he helped with the Olympics and the World Cup. But we have the Olympics coming. I was responsible for that, right, Bob? We have the World Cup coming right now, and I was responsible for that. Then we had a rigged election, and because of that, I was always very upset. When I got the Olympics, I said I won't be president because it was last term if I went by the normal progression. And then I said, well, let's see what happens. And then they rigged the election, and I said, let's do it again, and we won in a landslide. And I came back, and I ended up with the Olympics and the World Cup. Somebody said, did you do that on purpose? So I claimed the Olympics, and I claimed the World Cup because I did get both. And then I tried to claim 250-year celebration. I said, I got that. They said, no, you didn't. That one you didn't get. They're giving me no credit for that one, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't. So I gave up on that one quickly. That wasn't working. It wasn't working. But I just want to thank everybody. This board has been incredible, and it's really nice. What we're going to do is we could take a few questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting, and we have a little lunch for the board. So we'll have a little bit of a lunch, and it's an honor to have you all here. It's so many of you, Jimmy. So many of you are friends. It's a great honor to have you here, and we're going to do a great job with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please. CNN. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic, and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years at, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate, and I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them, but I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you have spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Have you been speaking with the French President?
What does that mean?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been, on a scale of 0 to 10, I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France. We don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's going to help. I mean, I'll let you know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war is ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But they should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
You mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must, that's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost 0. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there. So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King. Same story. Look at that. Alfie von Hool. Alfie, thank you both very much. Huh? That's Pepe, yeah. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you? How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you. Thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the 3rd week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the government?
They want to make a deal. They're talking to our people. I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Don't forget, they are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on disinformation. And now they're using disinformation plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the last 2 weeks that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. They said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI-based. Terrible. It's terrible. And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating, and we always talk. When, you know, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know, but they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group. Then the second group met, 88 met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead. And the second group got knocked out. They're all dead. Then a third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you about him?
Well, it's not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better. But it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
Now that you've announced,
I will say this, nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
Something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their billion-dollar ship and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe, take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines. But the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mine set. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? You know, these are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the Straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have. But that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do. With time, there are other things you can do. But I think we're going to have the situation straightened out pretty quickly. And I think we're going to have some good help. And I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations, too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war.
Yeah,
he also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. And Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And, there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory. But we want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it, and yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it, yeah.
Which president?
I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as, nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine, they don't have guns, and the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely. And 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction. Because they can be brave, but they're not stupid. And they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago, if you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Yeah.
Have your advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. The Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me, I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the prime minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly. So is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term, even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone, Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, you know, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's a section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
All right, as you just saw, President Trump delivering remarks before holding that press conference there in the East Room of the White House. This, as the president will now meet with the Trump Kennedy Center board members. And before we get to our interviews with 2 great patriots, Seth Keshel and Summer Lane, this live stream broadcast brought to you by a number of sponsors, including Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas. So use that RSBN10 promo code. Actually, just the RSBN code will get you 10% off for angelpaste.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network with a number of great products. Check it out if you'd like, angelpaste.com. Also, Cove Pure. You know, Cove Pure is interesting because at the turn of a new year, most people tend to go overboard buying new supplements, maybe trying a new diet or workout, but unfortunately completely ignore the most important basic thing, water. Well, even mild dehydration impacts every focus and metabolism. And when you think about all of the garbage that's actually in that tap water, you're starting behind the curve before you even begin. So they have that Clearwave technology certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. Pretty much anything that isn't water, the PFAs, microplastics, pharmaceutical residue, fluoride, it all gets removed. It's the purest water you can get. It actually makes water taste good, which it's meant to be that way, of course, pure, clean, with no aftertaste. So instead of that big overhaul, make one small upgrade that adds up every single day with clean water. Right now you can get $250 off for a limited time. Just go to covepure.com/RSBN. Again, that's covepure.com/RSBN. All right, it is 1:16 Eastern Time. It's Monday, March 16th. That press conference added to the president's schedule, or at least the White House schedule, about 2 or 3 hours ago. So we obviously are here live for that. We'll have some live coverage later today at 2:30 as well. We'll get to more about that in just a minute. You may have heard the president refer to a medical situation with Susie Wiles, and we can go to President Trump's Truth Social post for details there. Susie Wiles is an incredible chief of staff, a great person, and one of the strongest people I know, the president says here, but unfortunately she has been diagnosed with early stage breast cancer and has decided to take on this challenge immediately as opposed to waiting. The president says she has a fantastic medical team and her prognosis is excellent. During the treatment period, she will be spending virtually full time at the White House, which makes me as president very happy. Her strength and her commitment to continue doing the job she loves and does so well while undergoing treatment tells you everything you need to know about her. The president continuing by saying, Susie, as one of my closest and most important advisors, is tough and deeply committed to serving the American people. She will soon be better than ever. Melania and I are with her in every way, and we look forward to working with Susie on many big and wonderful things that are happening for the benefit of our country. President Donald J. Trump, end quote. That post happened just a few minutes prior to that press conference. We're also tracking the latest when it comes to the Save America Act. It'll be up for a vote on Capitol Hill this Wednesday, so in just 48 hours from now. Let's go right to our election security expert, Seth Keshel, for analysis. And joining us now is election security expert and author Seth Keshel. Thanks again for joining us, Seth.
Hey, Matt, it's always a pleasure to be on your show. Glad to be with you.
Glad to have you here. Let's dive right into your thoughts about the Save America Act going to the Senate floor, the no talking filibuster, all of that.
It's a good thing. You know, it's the number one goal for all deliberations in the Senate is to get the Save Act passed. Now, a secondary goal, if that doesn't happen, which is very possible, is just going to put a lot of people on record for exactly where they stand. Now, we know where the Democrats stand. I mean, I don't even think Senator Fetterman is behind the SAVE Act anymore, which is sort of unfortunate. But the Republican Party is hiding behind the 60-vote filibuster. So getting that out there for the people to see, so you can see not just Lisa Murkowski, but folks like John Curtis, who are going to be weak votes on this, is an important thing for the long run.
Exactly. So let's talk about what Senator Tommy Tuberville said out of Alabama, of course, running for governor in our great state of Alabama. Also, President Trump saying nuke the filibuster. I mean, in this situation, we've never done this before, except for twice for a couple nominations in 2013 and 2017. No legislation has ever had the nuke filibuster situation. But this one's about saving America. Do you think that this is something that should be done?
I think that this is about adapting to new realities. I am a pragmatist above all other ideologies. And when you look at the Democrats, next time they have Congress and the presidency, they will 100% nuke the filibuster. And they would have already done that under Biden had it not been for Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, West Virginia and Arizona senators, respectively, refusing to do that. So I think that the new law of the land here is going to be a majority rule in the Senate. It may not be the best thing in the world, but given how things are on arrayed on the present day battlefield, it needs to happen. The SAVE Act has to happen.
That's a great point. It's perfectly put, especially as you said, looking into the future. Also, I understand you just released a war on election corruption, the crusade to restore trust in voting. I see that it's doing quite well. Tell us about that book.
I figured the book would do well. I had no idea that it would just launch like it has. It's a #1 bestseller in 3 different Amazon categories, and it's on its way to #4. I'm knocking on the door of history and political theory. I'm at #2 right now. So if today's a big day for me, I might knock down a 4th one. But the American War on Election Corruption, it's an important piece of the information war. And I make the point all the time that we have allowed the left to take over not just institutions, but all major pillars of that information battle, from media, entertainment, film, literature. So most of the accounts of election corruption in the United States aren't really highlighting election corruption. They're protecting and defending it. We have very few works. Now, Molly Hemingway's Rigged is one work. but mine is a really investigative expose through my own journey about what's going on with American elections. It's made to connect with the average reader, to see my authenticity and my background for analyzing elections and proposing a pathway forward. So I think that the response has been overwhelmingly positive. It's got a chance to be one of the preeminent books of election corruption ever written, and it's an honor to have written it.
It's awesome. It's awesome to see it having that traction out there, and also the Amazon bestseller lists and all that. And it's great to have you back here on the show. To remind people how you got started in this whole thing called election integrity, election security.
Yeah, so it was a hobby for me. My background before getting interested in politics had been something building up to what I do today. I was a big but not so athletic kid growing up who loved the game of baseball. And I understood the backs of those baseball cards, the trends and the stat lines, and I was just a whiz when it came to numbers. So that led me on to Ole Miss baseball, which is a perennial powerhouse now in college baseball. But 20 years ago, it was just starting to build up. And I helped the coaching staff there develop new ways of evaluating our players and the opposition. So really a full decade ahead of advanced analytics in college baseball. Went off into the military intelligence, understanding the battlefield from a 30,000-foot view, needing to take complicated data and information and condense it into intelligence for informing the command for best courses of action, not only for keeping our soldiers alive, but for unaliving the enemy. And once I got involved in politics, it was just local, Republican Party stuff, pushing certain pillars. And I called the 2016 election accurately against all the mainstream polling showing double-digit blowout wins. I developed a model through voter registration by party that helped punch through the fraudulent polling. And in the 2020 election, of course, all those models blew up. That's one of the biggest tells. In fact, it's in the book about voter registration by party getting blown in places like Pennsylvania that suggests that the outcome that happened wasn't really the one that was going to happen. And once the election integrity movement picked up in earnest in 2021, my models, my data are easily understandable, and my platform spread. The president of the Donald Trump, in between presidencies, put me out there on a big scale, and people have relied on my insight for election forecasting and election integrity ever since, and it's an honor.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great to see you on various conservative networks, but also whether it's the grassroots, the various Zoom calls across the country, I mean, the precinct strategies, the True the Vote, all the different places that you've been, in contact with, I believe, as an expert in this field. How do you see us moving forward if the Save America Act passes and becomes law, and if for some reason there's no nuking of the filibuster and it doesn't become law? Tell us about those crossroads right there, or the fork in the road of the future of our nation if it passes or if it fails.
If it passes, it's a critical bite at the apple of election law. Newt Gingrich wrote the foreword to my book. And the reason I asked Newt to write the foreword is to have mainstream appeal throughout the ranks of the Republican Party. You still have plenty of Trump haters in the party who think that, his big mouth or his posts are what cost the election. That book was written to change minds. Chapter 4 is called The History of Election Fraud, which details not only things that happened in recent elections, but all the way back to the 1800s. Boss Tweed, the plot to remove Abraham Lincoln in 1864 through, guess what? Mail-in ballots. So the Save America Act is an important thing. And it is not so much about illegals voting. I don't believe illegals vote. I believe they're voted for, because when they get added to the voter rolls, mail-in ballots are assigned and then harvested up over that extensive early vote period. So getting back to verifying citizenship, that guts automatic voter registration because you have to go into the office to prove your citizenship. It's going to gut online registration scams, which are also prevalent. But it's not complete because we're going to have to go through and figure out a way to address corrupted registrations from the past. I've proposed a number of drastic measures. You and I have to put a tax return in every year. We have to register our vehicle every year. Why is it such an inconvenience once in a lifetime to dump the voter rolls at an opportune time and have everyone come over with an ID and re-register to vote? I think that that's a simple solution. Now, if it does not pass, which I think is the most likely scenario, unfortunately, then it's going to be incumbent upon states to change the laws. So Newt Gingrich said he doesn't believe elections are stolen. He believes they're rigged. And I think I agree with his choice of language, because when you look at the laws that the blue wall has, uniformly automatic voter registration expanded or universal vote by mail. And then where there's vote by mail, there's extensive ballot harvesting in urban areas, especially population dense areas like projects and apartments and dormitories. So states have to fix things. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of them primed in great position to do that. Governor DeSantis signed Senate Bill 524 in Florida in 2022 and tightened the knot on mail-in ballot corruption. So he didn't restrict people from voting by mail, but those who wished to vote by mail had to verify their addresses with a postcard and send it in to get a ballot. No more automatic mail-out ballots. And that alone pushed Florida from a close race to a double-digit Republican state. The one state that is primed to follow in the same path is Arizona, if and only if Andy Biggs becomes the next governor of the state. There's a good reason to think that could happen, with the voter registration advantage almost double what it was in 2022 when Hobbs ran her own election and snuck in past Kerry Lake by 17,000 ballots. And retaining the legislature, they have a Florida-style count bill ready to roll.
It's awesome to hear all of the analysis when it comes to election integrity, election security, and to your point, the states, if it doesn't pass the Save America Act, it's up to the states to take care of business from there, do the right thing, of course, that we can, really have a push for that to happen as well. Seth Keshel, the election security expert and author, thank you so much for joining us. And get his new book titled The American War on Election Corruption, The Crusade to Restore Trust in Voting. Seth, thank you again for joining us.
Yep, thank you, Matt.
All right, for more reaction on the Save America Act, let's go from Arizona to California with Summer Lane. And joining us now is conservative journalist Summer Lane. Thanks so much for joining us, Summer.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be back.
Definitely great to have you back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And let's just dive right into the big story of the week, of course, on Capitol Hill. The Save America Act being debated this week, according to the Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Your thoughts overall, just that 33,000-foot view on the Save America Act and what it really entails?
Yeah, it seems like very common sense, right? Save America Act. What does that actually mean? All it means is that we're asking for voters to be citizens of this country. They need to prove their citizenship to register. They need to show their voter ID or photo identification to cast that ballot at the ballot box. And we are looking to universally, essentially,